Jonathan, thanks for joining us here. When do we get this vote? How do you think it plays out in the Senate?
So it could be within the next few hours here. They're supposed to start right about now, in fact, this first vote on the compromise that you just described, the compromise that's going nowhere, the combination of border security and foreign aid. That we know is going to fail. And pretty soon after that, Chuck Schumer wants to move to a foreign aid only package. And that's kind of where the big question is. Can that pass? It seems like there's enough Republican support for it. I think a big question will be how much support and how big, if it does advance. Obviously, this is just the first procedural step. But if it advances, how big a vote is there for that? And does that send a signal of the level of support over to the House?
Well, yeah, it becomes a question now of what House leadership is potentially going to do. But it feels like we're having leadership questions, not just in the House, but in the Senate as well. What is the buzz on Capitol Hill this morning about Senate Minority Leader Mitch McConnell, Jonathan?
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of questions about his grip on power in the Republican conference, and that's not something that's been said very often about Mitch McConnell. But he has been a staunch advocate for supporting Ukraine, first on its own, then as part of a border package. And both of those ideas have been blocked by his conference. And so there is a question of how much he can steer it, and it's just one sign of how much the Republican Party has shifted away from kind of the old guard, from Mitch McConnell, from the Wall Street Journal editorial board, from the Chamber of Commerce, all of whom supported this compromise, towards Donald Trump, who opposed it and who managed to sway a significant number of Republican senators to side with him.
Pretty amazing stuff here. If indeed this standalone bill passes the Senate, will it truly be entertained in the House, Jonathan, or is it just too early to tell? I know this idea emerged a short time ago. The White House says that it's behind this, but it's going to be up to the Speaker, right?
It is, and to be clear, they can't pass the bill today. They can start the procedure to pass it. Republicans are going to want to have a chance to vote on some amendments. If it does eventually pass, I think the big question is what Speaker Johnson does. He has, been steered significantly by the right wing of his party, which is very skeptical of Ukraine aid. He has said that he thinks it's important to support Ukraine, but he has voted against aid in the past. So I think it's a big mystery as to what he will do. And I think even if this bill does pass the Senate, we'll all be waiting to see what Donald Trump says, because that seems to have significant sway with Republicans here on Capitol Hill.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and certainly President Biden made many attempts to call attention to his belief that Trump is the one calling the shots here when he spoke from the White House yesterday. In regard to what happens in the House going forward from here, we have a lot of questions about Speaker Johnson, but as Joe was just talking to our political panel, Rick Davis and Jeannie Shanzano, about this, where is Tom Emmer in this, Jonathan? He is the whip. Isn't it his job to be counting the votes and make sure things like yesterday, the failure of an impeachment vote for Alejandro Mayorkas, the Homeland Security Secretary, the failure of the standalone Israel package doesn't happen?
Yeah, it is his job, and there's certainly some criticism that's going from behind the scenes to some people actually putting their names on it and being critical of the job he has done. And obviously he's got a very difficult job with such a closely divided conference, but these are the kind of things that the House puts up as a political message, as a message of what they're trying to do, as a counterweight to the Senate. And when they can't get those things through the House, they basically undercut all of their own leverage. And it is a hugely embarrassing moment to fail on something that's supposed to unite your party.
All right, Jonathan Tamari of Bloomberg Government, thank you so much for joining us live from the Rotunda on Capitol Hill today. We appreciate it. Now let's go to someone who used to be in that Rotunda quite often, now is objectively observing Congress from the outside. Former Congressman Denver Riggleman is with us, the Republican from the state of Virginia. Denver, it's always great to have you on the show, especially in a week like this one, where just in the last few days we have seen the release and subsequent absolute collapse of a border deal. We have seen the failure not just of an attempted impeachment of a cabinet secretary, but also of the attempt to pass more than $17 billion in aid to Israel. What exactly is happening here?
I think there's three things. I think it's a failure of leadership. I think it's a failure of imagination. And I think it's the unserious nature of Congress right now. And, with 2024 looming, when you're looking on the GOP side, you're seeing this absolute need to satisfy Mar-a-Lago and President Trump. When you're looking at the impeachment, and losing 216 to 214, you're seeing a lack of leadership on the GOP side. That was something completely unserious, and that should have never happened to begin with. And we're looking at Israel aid. You're looking at two issues. You're looking at Democrats, and I'm trying to unpack a lot here, Kaylee. So you're looking at Democrats, right, that want aid to Gaza, and on the right, they're looking for offsets for any type of standalone funding bill. So right now, you have complete chaos because of so much unserious legislation or unserious, I would say, negotiations. You had the House actually, undermine the Senate negotiation for the border bill. You have the ridiculous impeachment. Without a border bill, they're still impeaching, even though they're the ones who stopped the border bill, talking about the GOP. Then you have this standalone aid package where the left and the right have their own reasons for opposing it. So right now you have chaos based on the 2024 election year and based on the lack of adults in the room.
I want to ask you about Mitch McConnell. Congressman, everybody talks about Mike Johnson on the motion to vacate. And the fact of the matter is, it doesn't look like anybody wants that job right now. And who else would hold the gavel? So let's just focus on the Senate for 1 minute, because we're hearing some pretty tough talk from some fairly senior senators about Mitch McConnell here. Ted Cruz, not a shock, calling for him to step down. Mike Lee, who called the border deal a betrayal, is demanding new leadership in the Senate. Josh Hawley, he says it's not James Lankford's fault, it's Mitch McConnell's fault. And Ron Johnson got our attention with a tweet or an X with a meme mocking Mitch McConnell, which makes him look like Charlie Brown just tried to kick the football. Kirsten Sinema is Lucy in this case. What's about to happen to Mitch McConnell? Because it sure seems like the political world has shifted under his feet.
Well, I think when you're looking at those four specifically, you're looking at four, individuals who also bought in to stop the steal. So they deal in fantasy anyway. That's pretty much their bread and butter. I think McConnell is actually still pretty safe. Now, you never know. They could be trying to whip. There could be things going on behind the scenes about Mitch specifically, but he's pretty good at this. And when you're looking at four, sort of extreme figures like those individuals, especially, right now, they just really don't have a leg to stand on, screaming betrayal and things of that nature. It sounds like to me that, again, they're getting their marching orders from Mar-a-Lago. These are Trump talking points. He doesn't like McConnell anyway. You know what he talked about, his wife, those unfortunate remarks that were dang close to racist. Yeah. I think what you're seeing right now are four individuals who already like to live on the fantasy edge, looking at their polling and their fundraising, look at what's happening in their states, looking at their own reelection campaigns coming out in the future, and wanting to satisfy who they think might be the next president of the United States and Donald Trump. I think that's why they're screaming like that. But I think McConnell right now is fairly safe because, when you got the crazies in the back of the elementary school room screaming, you don't worry about it too much unless you have a full-on coup, which who knows what would happen in the Senate right now. I just don't think McConnell's in that much danger yet.
Well, you talk about some of the crazies in the body, which I guess speaks to a wider question that could be applicable to both the Senate and the House right now. If the issue is of the body itself or of leadership that isn't actually the ones that are leading that body, if the one leading the body is, as you say, the former president.
Yeah, listen, Mike Johnson is in a hard position because he's been hooked with marionette strings from Mar-a-Lago, so he really can't get out of that lane. He's going to do what he needs to do in order to keep the former president happy based on what they're seeing in all the districts, right? And based on the favorability ratings of Trump in many of these far-right districts, and in many districts that, you're talking about the Freedom Caucus, that's their bread and butter, right, is the Trump Protection Society that they have. So Mike Johnson this is beyond him on a leadership level. If he can't step out and do what's right for the country without having Donald Trump looking over his shoulder, this chaos is going to continue. So there's a rot in the body of Congress, and all that comes from Mar-a-Lago. It's a Florida rot. And, everybody right now looking at their reelection campaigns, as you know, for the House, it's every 2 years. They want to make sure that they're on the right side of the favorability ratings for Trump in each district. So they're going to scream and yell things that are unserious. And you saw that today, right? Andy Biggs coming out and saying the Democrats just played a better game than us on the impeachment of Mayorkas. If they think this is a game, this is really a disservice to United States citizens. And I think we're to a point now that if we have sitting congressmen saying it's just a game and they got the better of us in this game, we're in real trouble because they're not looking at the importance of this to the United States. They're looking at the importance of Donald Trump in their own reelection campaigns, and that could be very dangerous.
Wow. Well, if this is a Florida rot, that isn't going to change anytime soon, Denver. I'm wondering what will happen over the course of the next month. Are we going to get a budget? Is the government going to shut down? Does this Ukraine funding pass on its own, or are we just incapable of doing anything?
I had a great intelligence instructor, Joe. You know, he told me one time, he said, the only way to tell the future is to wait till it happens. And trying to predict Congress is really ridiculous. You know, it's like, you know, it's trying to wrestle snakes. You know, it's slimy and they're going to bite you. But I think what you got right now is maybe you might get a CR, maybe you might get, you know, some kind of ability to extend the budget right now. I don't know how they're actually going to process that, but their track record isn't very good. I think you're going to have chaos in the next month. And I think a lot of, again, is going to be the talking points for Donald Trump. It's just that simple on the GOP side. Democrat side just gonna have to roll with it and try to do the best they can in that circumstance. I mean, it's chaos right now. And it is a function of the leadership, but also there is some body rot in Congress right now.
Well, and then there's the question of a potential leadership change as we talk about how right now the Senate is going to be voting as to whether or not to pass this bill that does not include border security, just the other supplemental requests when it comes to Israel and Ukraine aid. Then if it does pass, Mike Johnson's going to have a choice to make as to whether he wants to put that on the floor and potentially risk a motion to vacate in the process. Does anyone come to mind to you, Denver, as to who would replace him if that were to happen?
After all the votes with McCarthy,
right?
I don't know.
A few others have tried.
Yeah, I have a better chance than a lot of people to run for speaker right now, right? I think, you know, but I do believe, you know, if you're looking across leadership right now, if they had to go back and do it over again, I think they would go back to a Tom Emmer type for speaker on the House side. You might see Scalise roll back up. I think if Scalise comes back, and I hope he does right after his cancer treatment, I mean, nobody wishes that on anybody. I think Steve Scalise might be back in play as speaker if he comes back, regardless of what his prognosis or diagnosis is. I think he's really the only one, him and maybe Emmer, that can rally the GOP to what they need to do. There's one problem, though. It's Donald Trump. And he might want somebody else in there that's absolutely insane. He's not a big fan of Emmer. He's never been over the moon about Scalise. I know this personally. I just know that. So who would it be? Would it be a Matt Gaetz type? Impossible. It made too many enemies, too much of a charlatan. So again, guys, I think the Emmer Scalise, I think you're going to see some retreads from the prior vote that sort of come back out of the woodwork.
We're spending time with former Republican Congressman Denver Riggleman of Virginia here on Bloomberg's Balance of Power. Kaylee, I don't know if you saw this quote from Mitt Romney, another fan of Mar-a-Lago. Denver, I want to read this to you. This is Mitt Romney talking to Punchbowl. Politics used to be the art of the possible. Now it is the art of the impossible, he says. This is the former standard bearer of the Republican Party, meaning let's put forward proposals that cannot possibly pass so that we can say to our respective bases, look how I'm fighting for you. He says we've gone from the sublime to the ridiculous. I don't mean to get too abstract here, Denver, but how do you make politics the art of the possible again?
Well, first, you got to stop the monkeys from throwing poo, right? I mean, they have to actually be more serious about their constituents as far as what's best for America rather than just getting reelected or trying to satisfy a rabid base. He's right. You know, Senator Romney's right. It is the art of the impossible because right now, again, and I've said this over and over, if you don't have people who treat America first as their actual, I would say, priority and making sure that we're protected, that we make compromises or we make decisions with integrity, we can't get back to any semblance of the art of the possible. We can't get back to the days of that type of compromise because you have a charlatan, you have a demagogue, right, who's pushing this type of messaging, and it's not based on fact. It's not based on any type of reality. Right? This is a person who has, you know, and Donald Trump, who has a track record of believing in the fantastical. I mean, he probably believes The Lord of the Rings is a documentary. So I think that's the kind of issues you have right now. Is you got to stop the poo flinging, and you got to have people who actually know the difference between reality and fantasy, and who put the American people first rather than their own base desires.
You talk about Donald Trump and some of his beliefs, which include firmly that he won the 2020 election, even though that's factually inaccurate. And just on that note, Denver, keeping in mind you assisted the January 6th committee in their work, there is now reportedly a chance that a 2020 election denier from North Carolina could be atop the RNC if Trump has his way, and Ronna McDaniel, as reported, does indeed step down as chair after South Carolina. How concerning do you find that?
It means the party's been totally taken over by fantasists. And again, it also means the party is firmly in control of Donald Trump in a way that we can't even imagine at this point. I mean, if you have an election denier, that's the RNC chair. What does that say about one whole parties and their ability to grasp reality or to look at facts or to make facts-based decisions, right? To make sort of reality-based, strategies on what they should be doing as a party or what they should be doing for the United States. I have no respect for anybody who comes out as an election denier or they think the J6ers were just, peaceful participants in a rally. I mean, it's absolutely, it's almost like they've been inhaling fumes. And now they're believing they're crazy themselves. And I think that again should worry the American people that are on the sane side, that you got crazy coming to a head, not only as the person running for president, the presumptive nominee for the GOP, and I was a Republican, but also you have a crazy at the head of the party who might be even, nuttier than Donald Trump.
This is why he makes bourbon now in Virginia. Denver Riggleman, it's great to see you, sir, the former Republican congressman with us, trying to rationalize, as we all are, what's happening before our eyes here in the Capitol. We'll have more straight ahead with our panel. This is Bloomberg.
From Bloomberg World Headquarters, I'm Charlie Pellet. 121 on Wall Street. We are on S&P 5000 watch. Got as high as 49.96. Right now, the S&P is at 49.92, up 0.8%. Very close on the S&P right now to the best level of the day. The Dow pushing higher as well. We've got the Dow up 185, now up by 0.5%. S&P up 0.8%. Nasdaq Composite Index also higher right now by 0.8%. 10-year 4.10% with a 2-year that's now yielding 4.40%. Spot gold flat on the day, 2,036 on gold. Bitcoin up 1%, 43,601 on Bitcoin, while crude is up by 0.8%, 79.19 a barrel. On Brent crude, West Texas Intermediate 73.86, up now by 0.8%. Yum brand shares, they're up by 2.8%. Yum is the owner of Taco Bell, KFC, and Pizza Hut. It posted fourth quarter sales that missed expectations, making it the latest restaurant operator to report a pullback in spending. Again, recapping, the S&P at 49.94, up 0.8%. Keep it locked into Bloomberg Radio for the latest on these markets. Balance of power continues, specifically hour 2. Back we go once again. Here they are, the dynamic duo, Joe Matthew and Kayleigh Lyons.
Wow, I like that.
It's a dynamic trio, Charlie, because you're here too.
You know what? Let's
Three
make it.
Musketeers.
And I don't know what the magic word is for 5, but also 2, we got our panel of experts. So one big happy family, all 5 of us.
Fantastic.
Oh, well, there you go. I guess we should bring in the other 2 that make up this 5-some then, Joe.
Yes.
Rick Davis and Jeannie Shanzane over here.
It takes a village. Bloomberg Politics contributors. Imagine what Rick and Jeannie are thinking after last night. And they have to answer questions and be smart now with us and tell us what's really happening. Our signature panel, Rick and Jeannie, great to see both of you. I don't even know where to start here. We've been talking about the strength or lack thereof of leadership, whether somebody gets fired here. Rick Davis, the Republican conference in the House has rarely looked more chaotic. What's going to happen next? You could argue 2 strikes last night for Mike Johnson. What's the third?
Look, I think the third could very well be this budget bill, that they have to get something done on or the government shuts down. I don't think anybody is actually lobbying for a government shutdown. So the question is, can he actually mobilize his caucus to support either a budget bill, whether it's an omnibus, which many in his caucus don't want to do, or whether it's a continuing resolution that continues to fund the government, on last year's budget. Neither are ideal, but there's been no progress on the appropriations side. So, I think he's very short on options. And the question is, does the House of Representatives, go into chaos again and not fund the government and then put the government out of business while they are, fecklessly trying to figure out how to proceed?
Well, and what would add to that chaos is getting rid of the current speaker in the process, potentially, if indeed that would be strike 3 for him. We were just talking to the former Congressman Deborah Riggleman, the Republican from Virginia, or at least was a Republican from Virginia, Jeannie, about who possibly could be the next leader in the House if Johnson has one misstep too many from here. He suggested that you could see the likes of Tom Emmer coming back. But isn't Tom Emmer the whip when the whip count proved to be very off twice last night?
Yeah, I mean, there is a lot of blame to go around. And I think that, Steve Scalise probably comes to my mind. But of course, we've been there before not that long ago with Steve Scalise and so many of these other guys. I mean, as I was watching this unfold last night, I have to say, I kept thinking, just when you thought it could not get worse. But let me tell you, even before the government funding issue comes up, we've got a special election here in New York. Mike Johnson is already dealing with the slimmest majority in modern history in the House. If the Democrat wins, and it is possible, it's a T+2 district, but this is a fairly well-known, strong candidate in Tom Suozzi. If the Democrats take that, all of these plans to re-impeach, Mayorkas this time and get a victory may go by the wayside. So this is not going to get any easier for Mike Johnson as we go forward. And of course, we're all going to be sitting here waiting breathlessly to see if they can pass anything under these circumstances.
Yeah, we've got a couple of votes, important ones today. Well, maybe one of them is most important, Rick. The cloture vote on the border deal, but also what's being referred to now as Plan B, which is funding Ukraine, Israel, Taiwan without the border deal. Is this the last best chance for our allies to get help here?
It could be. As you point out, the cloture deal vote actually is, I think, overtaken by events. It's a procedural vote at this stage. But immediately after that, we're understanding that Schumer will bring up a motion to proceed to a new bill that will not include the border, but basically be the same as the original funding bill for Ukraine and in Israel. So that should pass that motion to proceed, and then the debate will go on, and the whip counts will start on what a clean security bill is going to look like. And we all believed when we were not thinking a border deal was going to pass that that there were votes in the Senate for those funding of Ukraine and Israel, and that the real question was going to be, could you get that through the House? And I think that's still the case today. I think the border debate has been a huge distraction in the Senate. It's unfortunate that we have one more, piece of evidence that we can't come together to secure our southern border. But I think there's still plenty of support for Ukraine and Israel and Taiwan in the United States Senate to get a bill out to the House.
Well, Rick, the refrain you kept hearing from Republicans who were opposed to the idea of giving Israel and Ukraine aid, specifically Ukraine, if border security was not attached, was that the U.S. has no business protecting someone else's border if we're not even protecting our own. And yet, if they just said that they didn't want a border security package, does that then actually change things? They already decided they don't want that. So what's then the justification for not giving the aid to Ukraine?
Yeah, we'll hear from the House that they want the H.R. 2. This was the bill they passed. They want that bill. Yeah. But that's zero chance of success, too. So I do agree with you. I think that there is likely one less argument to throw at Ukraine funding now that they've exhausted all their political chits on defeating this border bill. Now, I think you're going to have a relatively clean debate. And, of course, inside that debate are things that are more specific to Ukraine, especially right now, with Russia potentially emerging stronger after winter. And of course, I think the Tucker Carlson interview of Vladimir Putin could actually have an impact. It could backfire in the House of Representatives and wind up having a lot of members voting for Ukraine. I mean, I think the one thing that we haven't talked much about is Representative Gallagher's very courageous vote against the Mayorkas impeachment. And he will have a lot to say about Ukraine. So he's in the eye of the storm right now, and I think he's somebody to watch.
I'm really glad that you mentioned that. We knew about a couple of them, Ken Buck, Tom McClintock, but then it was indeed Chair Gallagher who decided to vote against it, and it was a scene. It was a drama that unfolded on the floor that brought us back to Kevin McCarthy's many rounds trying to be speaker. Marjorie Taylor Greene shouting at him. Mark Green tried to twist his arm, the chair of the Homeland Security Committee, and he sat there with his arms folded, saying no. And it was then, as we discussed with Al Green himself, the Democrat from Texas showed up in scrubs, having left his hospital bed. They wheeled him into the chamber genie to cast his vote. We had a conversation, as you heard earlier today, with Al Green. He told us there was no funny business. He actually voted himself. He put the card in the terminal, to use his words, because Republicans are accusing Democrats of hiding him, of trying to pull a fast one. What do you say?
You know, Marjorie Taylor Greene was most upset about this. The reality is he was there properly. Boy, was it a scene to watch that unfold. Him, as you mentioned, with no shoes on in his socks and his hospital scrubs coming out of surgery to cast that vote. I do believe, though, the reality is on the Ukraine funding issue, there was a vote in September that went down with Republicans to support, and that was only about $300 million. So I am not sure that this passes on the backs of Republicans. It's going to be Democrats and about a third again, or a quarter of Republicans. And once again, that raises the perennial issue of, will Mike Johnson put this on the floor and risk his speakership to do so because he may very well lose his speakership over it. There is no support in the Republican caucus amongst those far-right Republicans for Ukraine. And Tucker Carlson's interview is proof positive of that. And they are not going to back down, at least that portion of the caucus. There was like 115 of them who voted against funding last time. They're not going to vote for more now.
I just had a terminal client write in to us suggesting that, or asking rather, when Congress actually legislates, when they actually function and help move legislation forward. And the fact of the matter is, Rick Davis, that we just haven't seen them do much of that. It was historically low last year. It doesn't seem like this year starting off any better. Where, if anywhere, maybe we've addressed the Ukraine question, but anywhere else, is there room for bills to actually pass in 2024?
Yeah, it's quite a stark difference in the first 2 years of the Biden administration, which arguably was an incredibly productive bipartisan Congress. They passed $8 trillion of spending bills that did everything from take us out of COVID to, building a new infrastructure in America, to funding science and research, to helping to put money to work to try and help fight climate change. I mean, when you look at the agenda the first 2 years, it was amazing, and it was almost all of it bipartisan. So when you then got to last year, as you point out, everything came to a screeching halt. Part of it was the dysfunctional House leadership and the inability to get agreement on how to proceed on votes. But I think a lot of it is the emergence of Donald Trump. I mean, he is as much a political anarchist as anybody we've seen in politics in our lifetimes, and he wants there to be chaos. He thrives in chaos. He's the only one who seems to benefit from it, but he is very good at creating it. And I think as this presidential campaign got started, you saw the brakes go on in the House Republican caucus to basically cede their turf to Donald Trump.
There you have it from our signature panel analysis from Rick Davis and Jeannie Shanzano. Rick and Jeannie, thank you so much as always. I'm Joe Matthew in Washington alongside Kaylee Lyons here on Bloomberg TV and radio. And it's time to check world and national news. Nancy Lyons helps us with that in the Bloomberg 99.1 newsroom in Washington. Hi, Nancy.
Hey, Joe. Secretary of State Antony Blinken says there is still a lot of work to be done before a ceasefire can be reached in the Israel-Hamas war. He's been meeting with Israeli leaders today and discussing a Hamas ceasefire proposal, but Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu has rejected that out of hand. Israeli President Isaac Herzog, standing next to Blinken, sounded hopeful, though, that they could bring home the hostages still being held in Gaza.
I think your visit comes at a very critical moment in the conflict. We are yearning and praying for the immediate release of our hostages. We want to see them back as soon as possible. The situation is dire, and clearly Hamas is violating every rule of human behavior in this respect.
Again, Israeli President Herzog. A missing military helicopter has been found in the San Diego mountains. Rescue efforts are underway to find the 5 Marines who were on board. Global news 24 hours a day and whenever you want it with Bloomberg News Now. I'm Nancy Lyons. This is Bloomberg.
From Bloomberg World Headquarters, I'm Charlie Pellet. 1:40 the time now on Wall Street. Stocks are pushing higher. The S&P 500 index did get to 49.98. Going to go decimal, 49.98.65. Very close to S&P 5000 right now, 49.95, higher by 0.8%. The Dow up 187, higher by 0.5%, while the Nasdaq Composite Index up 144, up 0.9%. We are seeing a mega cap tech rally today. 10-year 4.10%, with a 2-year 4.40%. The government sold a record $42 billion of 10-year notes today at a lower than anticipated yield, a sign of investor confidence that the Fed will pivot to interest rate cuts this year in response to a growth slowdown. Spot gold down $1 the ounce now to $2,035, and West Texas Intermediate crude up 0.6%, 73.75 a barrel. Brent 79.09. Brent, of course, the global benchmark. So again, recapping here, we've got stocks advancing. S&P up 40 to 49.94, gain there of 0.8%. Briefly after earnings, shares of Snap Inc. are plunging after earnings today. Snap lower now by 36%. I'm Charlie Pellet. Joe and Kaylee, that is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
Hey, Charlie, thanks as always, keeping us up to date on Wall Street. We'll hear again from Charlie in about 15 minutes. I'm Joe Matthew in Washington, alongside Kaylee Lyons here on Bloomberg TV and radio. It was really one of the biggest stories of the day yesterday, and another multi-story day. Kaylee was hearing from the appeals court. Donald Trump can be prosecuted, but there are just as many questions today, if not more, about what that's going to mean for the cases against him, particularly Jack Smith's case here in Washington.
Yeah, the case, the trial of which was supposed to, until last week, start March 4th, until the judge canceled that date because we were awaiting this immunity decision. Now we have the immunity call from the appeals court, but that doesn't mean this is all done and dusted. He has until Monday to try to appeal it if he so chooses to the Supreme Court, and then the Supreme Court will decide whether or not they want to hear these arguments.
It becomes a job telling all these cases apart.
Yes.
Tomorrow, we're going to start looking at his eligibility or not to be on the ballot. Remembering this 14th Amendment case, it goes back to Colorado. This is going to be an important ruling for his campaign, too.
Yeah, and a lot of Supreme Court influence potentially on the 2024 election and its outcome. So on that note, let's turn now to Jim Zirin, who is a former assistant U.S. attorney for the Southern District of New York, also the host of Conversations with Jim Zirin on PBS. Jim, it's always great to have you on the program. If we could just begin with the question of immunity. Obviously, the appeals court yesterday said that Trump is now citizen Trump, therefore he is not immune from prosecution. How quickly do you expect that this question in its entirety will be resolved if, as expected, he appeals this to SCOTUS?
Well, it could be resolved, Kaylee, next Monday or maybe the day after, because the key thing is whether the Supreme Court is going to stay the trial pending their consideration of the case. They may take the case, but not put a stay, an emergency stay in place, or they may deny a stay and also deny cert, discretionary review, or they may take the case and impose a stay. If they impose a stay, the question is how soon will they get to the merits? That it would have to be briefing, and there would have to be oral argument. And then there's a serious question as to whether the case could be tried before the election. I suspect that the Supreme Court is going to allow the case to be tried as soon as possible because there's very little precedent for an appellate court staying a trial once it's ruled, and the D.C. Circuit opinion is so airtight and so well framed and considered that I can't see any way that the Supreme Court is going to reverse the case.
You're not the first to describe the appeals court in that fashion, Jim. So in that world, does the Supreme Court make a ruling to that effect, or just
real atmosphere? So they could just say cert denied, full stop. They could say cert granted, but not impose an emergency stay so the trial could go forward. Or they could impose a stay and then set a timetable for their consideration of the case. It only takes 4 justices to grant cert, and it takes 5 justices to grant a stay. Often, as a courtesy, one of the judges who's against cert will vote to grant the stay so that the status quo can be preserved. for the 4 who think the case should be reviewed.
Well, of course, all 9 will be hearing the arguments in the 14th Amendment case tomorrow, Jim, as Joe was talking about, the question of Colorado's decision to kick him off the ballot in that state because they say he incited insurrection at the Capitol on January 6th. I know we've discussed that 14th Amendment engaged in insurrection. You're right, and that's the language in the 14th Amendment, an important distinction to make. What is the strongest argument against overturning Colorado's ruling that could be made tomorrow?
Well, the strongest argument against it is that the text of the 14th Amendment is very clear that anyone who was engaged in an insurrection and who was an officer of the United States and therefore has betrayed his oath to the United States is disqualified from attaining further office. So it was probably designed to keep Jefferson Davis off the ballot, because they were all afraid Jefferson Davis might run for president. But it has vitality today. And there's a brilliant brief by a conservative retired judge, J. Michael Ludig, in which he goes through all of the clauses of the 14th Amendment and addresses the conservative justices on the Supreme Court in language that they've used in other cases, and shows how textualism and originalism leads you to the conclusion that Trump should be disqualified.
Jim Zirin, we see a tweet here from the Senate Judiciary Committee. Senator Durbin, of course the chair, calling on Justice Clarence Thomas to recuse himself in the upcoming 14th Amendment case. Do you agree?
I think he should. I doubt that he will. I think he's going to be there. And but I wonder whether Clarence Thomas looks at some of the decisions he's made in the past and some of the language he's used, particularly in Second Amendment gun cases, that as to how the Constitution should be interpreted, whether he has any offline to escape voting for the disqualification of Donald Trump.
There is an effort underway in Congress right now. It's being led by the Republican congressman from Florida, Matt Gaetz, to pass a resolution in the House that would declare that Donald Trump did not engage in insurrection. If that were to pass, and it's a big if here, would that have any legal bearing in this case?
Well, that's what Franklin Roosevelt used to call an awfully iffy question. I don't think it will pass any more than the impeachment of Mayorkas is going to fly. But even if it were to pass, it would have no legal significance whatsoever. Remember, there was a 5-day hearing or trial in Colorado. Trump was given every opportunity to present evidence. He didn't testify. The evidence that came in was largely unobjected to and consisted of statements Trump made or videotape evidence. We all saw it. We all know what happened. And there's absolutely no question that there was an insurrection. And there's really no question that Trump engaged in it.
Boy, the level of uncertainty here is great. I realize, Jim Zirin, but with all of this, what do you think is the first trial to get underway? Will it be complete before the election?
Well, there is an element of uncertainty. Clearly, if the Supreme Court denies an emergency stay, and that's the real issue, there could be a trial before the election. There could be a trial this summer. If, however, they stay the matter and the trial date is uncertain, the first trial will be Alvin Bragg's election interference case in New York involving the payoff to the porn star Stormy Daniels.
Yeah. Amazing, considering what we've heard about that case. It's great to see you, Jim Zirin. Thank you for joining us here once again on Bloomberg. Former Assistant U.S. Attorney for the Southern District of New York. Kayleigh, it's interesting when we talk to voices of experience from the legal world like that, they very frequently arrive at the same conclusions on timing and potential outcome here. It's going to be fascinating to watch unfold.
Well, and a lot of it will depend on whether or not the Supreme Court decides to hear, and expeditiously so, the former president's appeal on the immunity decision. So we'll, of course, continue to have that covered for you here on Balance of Power on Bloomberg TV and radio. But coming up, we got to talk about the RNC chair. This is Bloomberg.
listening to Balance of Power with Joe Matthew and Kaylee Lines on Bloomberg Radio.
We're all waiting for South Carolina, Kaylee, to get a sense of what happens next in this presidential campaign. Some call that Nikki Haley's last stand. It appears it will be Ronna McDaniel's last stand. That's the chairwoman of the RNC. Donald Trump wants her out.
Yeah, and so out she may very well go after February 24th, at least according to Bloomberg's reporting and some other reporting we've got in the last 24 hours, that she indeed plans to step down. And then it's a question of who fills that slot, and will it be the person that Donald Trump would prefer it to be?
He's looking to North Carolina.
Correct.
Correct. Nancy Cook knows all of these people. She's on the phone with them all day. That's why we have her coming here to talk to us. Bloomberg politics reporter, great to see you. Ronna McDaniel out. This is kind of unusual in the throes of a cycle. Right in the middle of the cycle, we get new leadership at the RNC. And it's the, reportedly at least, Matt Whatley, if I'm saying his name right, chair of the North Carolina Republican Party, said to be a stop the steal guy. Donald Trump wants him to run the party. There'd have to be a vote, though. Is that where we're going?
Well, so what my reporting shows is likely to happen is that Ronna is going to step down after the South Carolina primary. Yeah. And so because she is going to step down, you know, there doesn't necessarily need to be like the same level of voting. Do you know what I mean? Someone could just step in. I was told, you know, that is a done deal that Ronna is stepping down. There is no ambiguity there. She was definitely nudged in that direction by the Trump team, who has been wanting to make these changes for the last several weeks. I saw a bunch of them in New Hampshire and Iowa. They have been thinking about this for a while, but I have been surprised at sort of the speed at which this has still happened. Matt Whatley is really the front runner to take the job, but I was told that's not totally a done deal. But I think really what they want is just a total Trump loyalist and ally at the RNC. I mean, Ronna was you know, I think largely did what he wanted, but I think they want someone even more loyal. And also the Trump team has been very upset by the fundraising at the RNC. So they basically want the RNC and the campaign to be like really, really working together. And to me, it's just a symbol of how much their attention has sort of already turned away from the Republican primaries, which, you know, are not over, towards the general election.
Well, to that point, where's the Nikki Haley campaign in this? Does she have any sway at all in this decision? Can she push back against someone very loyal to Trump coming in? I mean, what's her recourse?
Well, I think that there was pushback. You know, a week or so ago, you know, someone inside the RNC floated the idea of like, they should just already call Trump the presumptive nominee. Right. They should just move ahead. And there was pushback on that. You know, the RNC had one of their big annual meetings last week in Vegas, and there was a lot of pushback on that they needed to remain neutral. And so I think that they are doing this veneer of neutrality, but at the same time, Trump is basically like remaking the RNC behind the scenes to suit him.
Ronna McDaniel is Mitt Romney's niece, right?
Yeah, that's right.
You surprised she lasted as long as she did, knowing that?
Well, the thing
is that not held her back in Trump world?
She served as the Michigan State Republican chair before she took the RNC job. She did a great job with that. Trump, you have to remember, like, Trump picked her to be head of the RNC. Last year, there was an election at this annual RNC meeting. She won 2/3 of the vote to stay in her leadership role. And so, you know, he did really like her for a long time, and then he has soured on her within the last year.
We just have like 20 seconds left, but other than Whatley, is there any other names that you've heard floating around who could potentially go?
I've heard a bunch of different names. Some I think are sort of self-promotional ones, like Kevin McCarthy, some people think. I mean, I don't think he and Trump are talking, but someone floated that name to me. Linda McMahon, is a name that has come out. And so, you know, I think that there's like a lot of names floating around.
It's going to be a friend of the family, though, it sounds like.
Yes.
Yeah. Great to see you, Nancy Cook. Bloomberg politics reporter. Kaylee, this is going to be wild to watch unfold. You will come out of South Carolina, and the gears will start turning, I guess, on both ends here. The question is, who ends up running the party, and will Donald Trump really be in a general election at that point?
Could you imagine Kevin McCarthy running the entirety of the Republican Party when he couldn't even control the Republican Party in the House and they kicked him out?
I can see him trying. I don't know.
Nothing would surprise me.
If Nancy Cook is hearing it, it's not crazy. That's all I can say right now. We've got a big show ahead coming up in New York. You see what Carol and Tim have cooking here? We have the CEOs from Chipotle and CVS. Fascinating to hear from CEOs on the ground like this when we're grappling at economic data all the time in Washington. They're telling the real story about what the consumer is doing.
And how expensive guac is.
That's true. Carol Masser and Tim Stanovic with the guacamole
indicator.
Yes, indeed. The avocado index, Carol. What do we know?
And what's the wait, there's a machine that they're using.
The Autocado. Have you guys heard of this? The Autocado?
No.
So we talk about automation,
That's a fantastic
okay?
name.
Yeah.
Chipotle CEO Brian Nichols been on our program before talking about this. This is a way to make that guac faster. It automatically pits and slices up those avocados. Autocado.
Technology.
That's so
Autocado.
cool.
I know.
And I'm guessing that's jobs, right? But if it gets the guacamole faster, that's the
You put
point.
more people on the line then, which is actually what they would like to do, kind of helping them, right? Because
How
everything's
about
fresh.
that?
You make
so
it
we increase productivity.
customer service too. But it's interesting. Both of these will give two great checks on the outlook because both of them I feel like lowering some expectations for the new year. So we'll see what they have to say and what insight they have about kind of where we go from here. I feel like our end is a little bit easier than you guys figuring out that political stuff because there's a lot coming at you.
Yeah, thank God we don't have to figure
if
it
you
out.
can dissect what has happened in Washington over the last 3 days, Carol, be my guest, because it has been a doozy to say the least.
It'll be different by the time we're back at 5 o'clock, most likely.
Surely.
In fact, it really will. We'll have results on more votes today.
Yep.
What happens to the future of funding in Ukraine and Israel? If not the border, there could be a plan B as soon as today, getting votes in the Senate. Kaylee, I'll meet you on Balance of Power at 5.
Indeed, you will. We'll have 2 senators joining us. The Democrat from Colorado, Senator Bennett, and Senator Haggerty, the Republican from Tennessee. We got a lot of questions for them.
They may not agree on a lot of things.
Probably not.
All right. I'll see you then, Kaylee. Bloomberg Business Week starts right now.
This is Bloomberg Business Week. Insight from the reporters and editors who bring you America's most trusted business magazine. Plus, global business, finance, and tech news as it happens. Bloomberg Business Week with Carol Masser.
I love looking at different things that are going on in our economy. The Fed president's kind of battled it out about what's going to happen next.
And Tim Stanovic.
This story really struck a chord with me. The cost of education. Consumers are out there spending money. They have jobs, and they're continuing to spend money.
On Bloomberg Radio.
And a very good afternoon, everybody, live on radio, on TV, on YouTube, and Bloomberg Originals. This is Bloomberg Business Week. Carol Masser along with Tim Stanovic. The setup at this hour, I am glued to my Bloomberg, waiting to see if the S&P goes across that 5,000 mark, Tim.
4996.7 is what we're seeing.
Almost.
Up more than 0.8% today. Carol, for the month, up more than 3%.
Yeah, all right. So we're watching the markets. We had a record 10-year auction. We'll get to that a little bit later on. Still ahead, we've got a double dose of the C-suite following earnings beats. Chipotle Mexican Grill CEO Brian Nichols back with us. We're going to talk about the outlook, bucking that sales slowdown at other chains. CVS Health CEO Karen Lynch also on easing some of those high health cost fears. Both stocks, Tim, in a big way on the move.
Yeah, so too are shares of New York Community Bank Corp. We're going to have the latest on that regional bank's woes and whether or not investors should be worrying about contagion at this point.
And then we've got Reagan's Morning in America, how it could offer lessons for President Biden's campaign. Lots to come. First up, a check on that trade and your top business stories. Here's Charlie Pellet.
Hi, thank you very much. Can I just say, what a show you guys got lined up today. Who could possibly miss it? A lot going on and fast-moving markets. Right now, we have got the S&P 500 index. Tim mentioned we're at 49.96, 49.98.65. Yes, going decimal on you again. Very close to S&P 5,000. Got to keep it locked into Bloomberg Radio for the latest. Right now, we have got the S&P pushing higher by 41 points, 49.95. It is up now by 0.8%. YTD looking at the S&P up 4.7%. The Dow right now higher by 175, up 0.5%. NASDAQ, the composite index up 147, up 0.9%, with the 10-year 4.10%, the 2-year 4.40%. Spot gold, little change lower now by less than 0.1%. 20.34 the ounce on the precious metal. Crude advancing 0.3%, 73.55 a barrel on WTI. Earnings, yes, front and center. Again, we got the CEOs of both CVS and Chipotle coming up. Disney reports earnings after the close of trading today. Right now, we have got shares of the Walt Disney Company down by about 0.4%. Brief briefly, the Boston Red Sox will be the focus of a pair of new Netflix shows. The streaming service will follow the team through the 2024 season and present a documentary series in 2025. Netflix right now up 1.7%. Lots going on. Again, recapping S&P up 40, up 0.8%, 49.94 right now on the S&P 500 index. I'm Charlie Pellet. That is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
All right, over the next hour, we've got 3 stocks on the move. Let's get to the first one. We're talking about NYCB. That's the ticker of New York Community Bancorp. Shares have plummeted since it said back on January 31st, that earnings announcement, that it was setting aside $552 million for possible loan losses, far above estimates. The stock is down by more than, I think, roughly 60% over the past week or so, give or take some moves. Right now, they're up about 2.25%, Tim.
Yeah, the bank has been reaching out to investors for capital to finance a large portfolio of residential mortgages. This is pressures on the regional lender mount, according to people with knowledge of the matter. There's a lot here, and we really wanted an update. So with us is Bloomberg Intelligence Senior Analyst for U.S. Regional Banks, Herman Chan. He's here in the Bloomberg studio. Herman, good to see you. I know you've been busy today, busy this week throughout this, I was going to say crisis, but is this a crisis?
Turmoil episode?
Yeah, but I mean, it makes me think back to what we saw in the, March of last year with the regional
almost
bank
a year
crisis.
ago, right?
Yeah. Is this on that level?
It's could potentially be on that level.
Really?
Right? We're starting to see some potential concerns on asset quality, particularly in commercial real estate. In New York Community's case, it's really more focused on apartment lending, rent-regulated New York apartments, which is a niche business, to be frank, to be fair. And it really focuses more on banks like New York Community. But the broader concerns spread throughout commercial real estate and office in particular, and more banks have exposure on that front.
Rightfully so. Some more shoes to drop. Are you expecting?
That remains to be seen. We are seeing
like
some pressure in some other Northeast commercial real estate lenders that seem to be caught in some of the concerns.
If it unloads or offloads some of its mortgage risk, does that change fundamentally or financially the story that is New York Community Bancorp?
The bank is trying to thread the needle, and it has multiple priorities. It wants to build capital, it wants to reduce risk, it wants to shore up its liquidity, and build reserves. So all of those things could be competing at the same time, whereas the market's saying they don't have a lot of time to do all of these things. So it remains to be seen how quickly and efficiently they can do this while gaining some credibility in the markets.
To what extent should investors be concerned about lawsuits? Are they another risk, another potential cost and diversion? You often see lawsuits when share prices move quickly, but is this different?
You often see losses. I think really the priority now is to make sure their deposit base is stable, which has been to their credit. They talked about deposits up 2% from the end of last year, which actually is a surprise given all the market turmoil.
I think that's a surprise as well. We're not seeing a quote unquote run on the bank.
Right.
We're not seeing the way that investors in the First Republic debacle actually went and moved their money very quickly, which led to the demise of the bank.
That's right. So I think it just points to the strong deposit base that the bank has.
Why don't you think we're seeing that with
a lot of it has to do with they have a higher concentration in CD funding, so the term structure, so you can't really move your CDs without incurring a penalty, so that has something to do with it. And the deposit base isn't really focused on larger, chunkier deposits.
So Herman, the move up that we are seeing, the stock still down, I think like 50-60% for the year overall already when it comes to this name. That optimism is trading on what? What are investors expecting?
The optimism really is focused on a couple things. So when they gave their update late last night and had the management call this morning, they've tried to stress that the deposit base is stable and they have strong liquidity to offset any potential deposit outflows. So it buys them time to address some of the concerns that I mentioned a bit earlier. And we've seen news articles from Bloomberg and others that talk about how they are trying to improve their capital by selling loans and putting on some synthetic transactions that improve their capital base.
Any other banks that should be on our radar right now?
Right now, I think it's really focused on New York Community. There has been some articles. Bloomberg wrote an article about Valley, about higher CRE concentration risk. So those are sort of in the marketplace now, but really the crux of the story remains NYCB.
All right, we continue to watch it. As we said, shares of New York Community Bank Corp, they are up right now about 2.9% off their highs, but definitely off their lows. Earlier today, they were down about 14%. Bloomberg Intelligence Senior Analyst for U.S. Regional Banks, Herman Chan, thank you so much. Really appreciate that update. All right, now we want to get to two key interviews. They have to do with earnings. Both shares are higher. Let's get to the first one. We're talking about Chipotle Mexican Grill soaring to a record high. Right now it's up about 9%, so pretty much at its best levels of the session. Fourth quarter sales and profit beat expectations as both transactions and check sizes rose, really defying some of the fears of waning consumer sentiment. Same-store sales growth, folks, you know it. This is so key. A gauge that tracks restaurants that are open for more than a year. That was 8.4%, surpassing the analyst expectations of 7.1%. Revenue, $2.52 billion. Tim, that also topped the $2.49 billion average estimate.
Well, with more on the business, we welcome back Brian Niccol, Chairman and CEO of Chipotle. He joins us on Zoom from Newport Beach, California. Brian, good to see you again. Good to have you with us. Investors are happy with this year, or they're happy with the quarter. Analyst community is too. My question for you is, who do you think you're taking share from right now?
You know, look, I think what we believe is happening is our operation is executing better than we ever have. And frankly, we've just been on a journey to get back to executing this business to Chipotle standards. So, you know, we feel great about our staffing. We feel great about our culinary. We feel great about our speed. And I think that's why we're being rewarded with customers coming in, and you saw the comp that we delivered that was driven by transaction growth, right? That 8% plus comp was driven by 7.4% transaction growth. And, you know, I think that's a testament to what our teams are doing in our restaurants on all those areas that I just mentioned.
Brian, great to be talking with you again. Dig a little bit deeper for us. First of all, that same-store sales growth really blowing away analyst expectations. Is that sustainable, you think, in the current quarter and maybe throughout the year to see that kind of growth?
You know, what we've guided is mid-single digits for the year in 2024. And, you know, the way we take this approach is we want to make sure we've got a strong value proposition, which based on all our data, we continue to get feedback that the value proposition is really strong. And then we want to make sure that when customers come in, they get the experience that they want. And so what we've seen over the fourth quarter and as we walked into the first quarter is people are telling us they like what they see. You know, our teams are in position, our food is ready to go, the culinary is dialed in, it tastes delicious, and we're working really hard on the speed aspect so that people don't have to stand in line too long, so they can get down the line, get to the business of enjoying their burrito or bowl. I think we stay focused on that. We'll continue to deliver really good results.
You know, I'm curious, you know, others in the space, something like a McDonald's, they've talked about low-income consumers pulling back on their spending. You guys, your consumer base, what do you expect in terms of U.S. consumer behavior this year? What can you tell us about how the consumer is doing and how they are spending? Because you do talk about transactions up, check sizes rising, but what more can you give us in terms of how the consumer is?
Yeah, you know, so we look at this very closely as well. And first, we start with what are people's perceptions of our brand? And the perceptions are really strong right now. You know, people are getting the idea that we're all about fresh food. We're all about food with integrity. They're getting the idea that, hey, this is a great value when I think about what I pay for what I get, the customization, the speed, okay? And so when we look at this among different income cohorts, so less than 40,000, between 40,000, 100,000, over 100,000, we're making progress in every income cohort. So we've seen sales gains with every income group. One thing that I think is happening is, especially the lower income consumer, you know, they are saying, hey, we're going to be really choosy with the money that we choose to spend. You got to give us what we want on our terms. And one of the things that's really great is Chipotle is able to do that, right? We can get you the exact food experience that you want, hopefully at a speed that delights you. And then when you walk away, you feel like, you know, that was money well spent, and I'm going to come do it again.
But let me go back to comp sales in terms of your outlook that you guys put. Brian, why do you think you see growth, though, continuing, but at a slower, slightly slower pace, excuse me?
You know, Yeah. I look, the way we think about this is we want to continue to focus on executing the basics. Obviously, January, we had to deal with some bad weather across the country. The good news is the days where we haven't seen bad weather, the businesses strengthened right back up. And so we're optimistic about where we can get to. We switched back to what our pre-pandemic practice was just guiding for the full year. Hopefully what happens is we're able to beat those expectations. That's always our goal. And we'll see how it all unfolds over the course of the year. But we're set up very well to open a lot of restaurants, deliver, I think, really strong in-store experiences and digital experiences, which hopefully will build on the momentum that we've achieved thus far.
Hey, Brian, let's talk more when it comes to labor. 15% of your restaurants are in California. You're joining us from Newport Beach right now. We saw California minimum wage raised this year to $16 per hour. It's going to continue to rise this year and over the next few years. How else, apart from raising prices, is Chipotle going to cope with California's new minimum wage law?
Yeah, look, I mean, we're always working hard on what can we do to be more efficient so that we don't have to pull the pricing lever. You've heard us talk about things like avocado, where we're automating how we cut, core, and scoop avocados. We're working on some things, automating our digital make line. We're also exploring things on how we could potentially cut our, onions, peppers in the restaurants in a more efficient fashion. So we're going to invest in those things. The unfortunate fact is the wage increase is moving much faster than these efficiencies that we're going to be able to find. So price will be part of the puzzle in order to handle the inflation that's looming. But we're going to do everything we can to avoid having to pull that pricing lever. And you'll continue to see us innovate on what we're calling cobotics, so that hopefully we can make the job more efficient, more effective. Team members like it, and it gives the great culinary output that our customers have come to expect.
Totally get it. Other costs, other input costs, corn, avocados, the cost of ingredients. What are we seeing on that front? Are you seeing prices actually going down or increases not as significant as they were before? What can you tell us there? Yeah,
that's right. We're not seeing any deflation, but we've definitely seen a slowdown in the inflation. It's more in the low to mid-single digits. There's a couple pockets where we're still watching things, like on beef. We're always careful with where the avocado market might be moving. But for the most part, I would say, started to normalize, with the exception of a few pockets of inflation that we're still dealing with.
Brian, do you see yourself raising prices this year?
We always try to wait till we get to about the end of the year to assess what we think we need to do. Obviously this California minimum wage movement, we'll have to assess how that it really impacts the business, and we'll take action accordingly. But for the bulk of the business, we usually wait till around the end of the year, see where all the inflation lands, see where our growth lands, see where our productivity lands. And then if we need to, we take pricing usually in that 1 to 2 to 3% range.
Hey, one thing I'm thinking about also, and we saw it play out with some others, about the impact of the Middle East conflict. You guys last year talked about entering Kuwait and the UAE this year. Has the conflict in the Middle East, Brian, impacted that timeline at all?
Not yet. Our partner over there is the Al Shaya Group, and they're a terrific operator. They have a lot of brands and a lot of experience of operating over there. So as of right now, we're still on schedule to open this year. Obviously, they will be the first ones to tell us that if we need to change that timeline. The good news is we think they're a great partner. We think they're a great operator. And I think the folks are going to love Chipotle when we're able to finally open our restaurant in that part of the world.
Hey, just got about a minute or so left. Speaking of timelines, I got 2 quick questions for you. You have been at the company for almost, I think you're coming up on your 6-year anniversary. How are you thinking about that timeline? I mean, investors are happy. Stock is up almost 1,000% in that time. So how are you thinking about kind of the next leg of that timeline for you? Because I've got to imagine there are people knocking at your door saying, can you come do what you did for Chipotle for us? And I'm also curious if there's any timeline for stock split, because it's an expensive stock. Got about a minute.
Yeah, sure. Look, well, what I hope is the next 6 years are like what these last 6 years were from a total performance standpoint. I could do without some of the macro shocks. But it's been a tremendous honor leading this brand. We've got wonderful people. We've got a terrific purpose and product that we provide. And I couldn't be happier to be leading this company. And I'm really excited about all the growth that's in front of us. We're going to go from 3,500 restaurants to 7,000 restaurants. We're going after 4 million average unit volumes. So there's just tremendous growth in front of us, which I'm super excited about.
Yeah.
You know, everybody asked us about the stock split. we'll have to wait and see what.
Citi raised it. It's now like a street high over 3,000.
Like, how high would it have to get for you to do a split?
Yeah.
Very briefly.
Is there a level? Real quickly.
You know what? We never have a defined level, but it's something we talk about, and if it makes sense to do, we'll do.
All right. Listen, you are always so generous with your time. We really appreciate it. Be well, and thank you so much. Brian Niccol, of course. He's the chairman and chief executive officer of Chipotle Mexican Grill. This stock on a tear, as we said, hitting a record.
27.25 right now, up 9.5% today.
All right, we really appreciate it. We're going to check in with another CEO. We've got the CEO of CVS Health, Karen Lynch. She's coming our way in just a moment. You're listening and watching Bloomberg Business Week. This is Bloomberg.
From Bloomberg World Headquarters, I'm Charlie Pellet. 221 right now on Wall Street. We have got the S&P 500 index within striking distance of the 5,000 mark right now at 49.94. S&P up 40 points today, a gain of 0.8%. The Dow up 177, up 0.5%. NASDAQ up 143, up 0.9%. 10-year 4.10% with a 2-year right now 4.41%. Spot gold down 0.6%, 20.35 the ounce. Briefly after earnings, CVS shares up 2.4%. After the close of trading, we hear from Disney. Disney down 0.3. I'm Charlie Pellet. That is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
All right, Charlie, thank you so much. All right, now to another stock on the move, and it's related again to earnings. Shares of CVS Health are up nearly 5% at their high today. Right now, a gain of about 2.4%. CVS Health reported better fourth quarter results than Wall Street expected, and it really did relieve some investor concerns about the impact of rising care expenses, particularly in the company's Aetna insurance unit.
Well, let's get to the outlook, because the drugstore chain now expects annual adjusted earnings of at least $8.30 a share, down from at least $8.50 a share. Cash flow from operations will be at least $12 billion, Carol, down from an earlier outlook of at least $12.5 billion.
All right, delighted to have with us Karen Lynch. She's president and CEO of CVS Health, joining us on Zoom from the company's CVS headquarters in Woonsocket, Rhode Island. Hey, Karen, so nice to have you here with us. Let's start big broad, if we may. Your business made of 3 large revenue drivers. First of all, how would you describe the last quarter, and where, were the areas that made managing it a little bit more difficult? Which were upbeat or upside surprises, if you will?
Hi, Carol. It's a pleasure to be here, and thanks for having me. In the fourth quarter, we had strong results in our pharmacy benefit management company. We had very strong results in our pharmacy and consumer wellness segment, which essentially is our stores. And, we continue to demonstrate growth in our Aetna Health and business. Where we had challenges in the quarter is really at the end of the year, we saw elevated trends in our Medicare Advantage business, where we saw, trends in outpatient services, think hips and knees. We also saw an increase in utilization in dental and vision. But overall, as you said, we ended the year strong. We delivered on our financial commitments. We grew revenues of 11.5%, and we delivered EPS of 8.874, which was a really strong result.
Yeah, investors, kudos, because they've set your stock higher today. The results really do suggest that your insurance unit, you were able to manage those costs and drive the quarterly results. Can you continue to do so? Talk to us about kind of the stress and strain from doing that.
Obviously, we have programs in place, whether it's the benefit designs that we put in place, whether it's our, care coordination programs that we have in place, how we contract with our network and our physicians. So, we feel very confident that we can continue to navigate this environment as we move into 2024. We haven't seen anything unusual in the early part of 2024, but things are, still emerging, and we'll monitor it throughout the year.
What was unusual about last quarter? You said hips and knees really dragged on the quarter at the end of the year. What was unusual about that, and why can't you really model for that moving forward?
Yeah, well, what we saw was just an elevated utilization, and I think part of it is, there's been some pent-up demand over a period of time. What we've also seen is more capacity in the healthcare system. So, more outpatient clinics are staffed now, so they can have more, they have more scheduling available to them. So there's a number of factors that, that we wouldn't have seen that, started that elevated trend in the latter half of December, actually.
Hey, Karen, some other health insurers, Humana, United Health, for instance, who obviously are in this field as well, they have warned that these rising costs will mean raising prices to increase profit margins. Will you have to do the same?
Well, I think it all depends on the business that we're in. So for Medicare, CMS essentially sets the rates. And so we received our first rate notice this past week. And so what we said is, it was in line with expectations, relatively flat, but it didn't cover the overall rising medical trends. So we have the opportunity to go back to CMS and, give them comments, which we'll be doing in the upcoming weeks. So that price is really set, and then we design the benefits around the price that's set by CMS. So we'll be, modifying the benefits as we go, as we learn more about the final rate notice that comes out in April. And then in our commercial business, we obviously have the ability to adjust prices to rising trends, and we've been doing that all along through 23 and into 24.
So this takes into account, because I know you guys had warned, I think it was at the JP Morgan Healthcare conference, that your medical benefit ratio could be higher than expected in the fourth quarter. So I'm just wondering, so you're feeling like that you'll be able to manage that in the rest of the year, or this year specifically?
Yeah. So Carol, in the fourth quarter, we saw some of this emerging trend with medical benefit ratio. So as you saw, we expected, our original guidance was 86% at the end of the year, which we just reported today was 86.2%. So it was a little bit higher, but we had anticipated it and talked about it at JP Morgan. As we turn the corner into 2024, we're watching these trends, and we have lots of tools and techniques that we use to help people get the care they need when they need it at the right levels, at the appropriate sites of care, and we help people navigate and coordinate their care.
Hey, Karen, I want to talk about a different part of the business, the second biggest part of the business. That's the pharmacy and consumer wellness segment. Talk to us a little bit about how the retail environment is right now, what you're seeing out there from the consumer. Is the consumer healthy? You have a great view on the American consumer, so share with us those thoughts.
Yeah, so, well, first of all, stepping back, those stores are really another avenue for healthcare delivery. So when consumers are coming into CVS, more likely than not, they're coming in to fill a prescription. So we have seen an increase in, our script volume over the course of 23 and starting in 2024. We built an immunization franchise, so people are coming to our stores for their RSV vaccine, for their COVID vaccines, for their flu vaccines, for their shingle vaccines. That's really creating, additional revenue streams for us and additional value to the consumer, because it offers a convenient place for people to get their immunizations. It's usually right around the corner from your home. We've built digital assets so that you have the ability to schedule online, and so we've made it very convenient for those individuals. And what we're seeing in the front of the store, we're obviously seeing consumer behavior. People are making choices for lower prices. We're seeing more of the CVS brand, where so people are just cost comparison, and we are starting to see people kind of leveraging the CVS brand products.
Okay, so going to generics a little bit, it sounds like. Hey, let's talk about shrinkage. It's a huge problem over the last couple of years.
We all want products to be taken out of jail because it's so frustrating.
They call it retail jail.
It's crazy.
Is it getting any better, or is it still a huge issue?
Goodness.
Is there any improvement?
Yeah, I would say it's a concern for ours, and first and foremost, we're very concerned about the safety of our colleagues, and we put a number of measures in place to make sure that our colleagues are safe. And as you pointed out, we lock things up so that we can deter some of the thieves from coming into our stores and stealing our product. And, we've seen it somewhat moderate, but we're working very closely with attorney generals, with local law enforcement, to really have people prosecuted when they are stealing from our stores. And this is not just a CVS health problem. This is a retail problem. And, we all are coordinated to really work with law enforcement so that, we can deter the theft. It is very costly to us. And my big concern is making sure that our colleagues are safe in our stores.
Totally get it. And I'm just curious, it sounds like you've answered it, but I want to ask you about pharmacists specifically walking out. How are you addressing those concerns? And also just concerned about not having enough staff, those pharmacists that have, talked about overlap or not having enough overlap or just talking about burnout. How do you address that specifically? Because that's going to be a big issue.
Yeah, what I'd say is, there's a lot of media coverage on pharmacy walkouts. We actually didn't really have pharmacy walkouts. We didn't close any stores. We were able to staff all the stores. But what we have been doing is making sure that, we and the pharmacists, have one common goal, and that's to make sure that we are caring for our patients and that they're getting the prescriptions that they need. We have been investing, a fair amount of wage investment for our pharmacies. We have also improved our technology, so we're making it more efficient and the operations more efficient, so the pharmacists can actually do what they do best, and that's caring for the patients. We've been investing in recruiting and upskilling and skill development, and we've actually seen a reduction in overall attrition for our pharmacists. So I think we've been making really good progress over the course of the latter half of last year.
Karen, I feel like I'd be remiss if I didn't ask you. Talked about script volume being up earlier. Is some of that because of the new weight loss, the new class of weight loss drugs? I mean, what impact are you seeing? Kind of the activity? Are people paying for itself? Is it mostly be covered by insurers? And just unfortunately got about 40 seconds. Forgive me.
Yeah, the weight loss drugs, we have seen a lot of volume in the weight loss drugs. We know that they are effective for diabetes and for weight management. There is a shortage, and we're managing through those shortages. But they are, we are seeing, some of the volume coming from the weight loss drugs across our entire business.
Karen, a great snapshot of so much that is important to the economy. So thank you so much for carving some time out for us. Really, really appreciate it. Karen Lynch, President and Chief Executive Officer of CVS Health, joining us from company headquarters in Rhode Island. The stock's still up about 2.3%.
Yeah, and the indices all in the green as well. The S&P 500 up 0.8%, the NASDAQ up 0.9%, and the Dow up 0.5%. Hey, let's get a check on the latest world and national news. For that, we go to Nancy Lyons in the Bloomberg 99.1 Newsroom in D.C. Hey, Nance.
Hey, Tim. The Senate is voting this afternoon on the bipartisan National Security Supplemental Bill. Ahead of the vote, Senate Majority Leader Chuck Schumer said he was forcing Republicans to vote on two options of this bill that they said they would sink.
First, Republicans said they would only do Ukraine and Israel humanitarian aid with border. Then they said they wouldn't do it, they would not do it with border. Well, we're going to give them both options. We'll take either one. We just hope they can come to yes on something.
Senate Majority Leader Chuck Schumer predicts they will have overwhelming support for the package that does not include the border provisions. Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu says the Israeli military is on the way to complete victory and says it could happen in a matter of months, not years. And he's rejecting the latest Hamas ceasefire offer, saying continued military pressure is what will bring hostages home. A missing Marine helicopter has been found in California, but 5 Marines remain unaccounted for. The 3rd Marine Aircraft Wing says the helicopter was found in Pine Valley, just over 40 miles east of San Diego. A search and rescue operation is underway to find the 5 missing Marines. Global news 24 hours a day, and whenever you want it with Bloomberg News Now. I'm Nancy Lyons. This is Bloomberg.
Bloomberg World Headquarters, I'm Charlie Pellet. 240 on Wall Street. Stocks power higher. S&P 500 index within striking distance of 5,000. Do want to begin with commodities, though. Natural gas settled below $2 for the first time since March of 2023. Natural gas down today by 2.1%, now at 196 per million BTUs. The Dow, the S&P, and NASDAQ very much in the green. S&P up 40, gain now of 0.8%. The Dow up 181, up 0.5%. NASDAQ up 143, up by 0.9%. Russell 2000 back in the green, up by 0.1%. 10-year 4.10% with a 2-year that's yielding 4.41%. Spot gold little changed on the day, down 50 cents, 20.35 the ounce. And West Texas Intermediate crude up 0.7%, 73.80 for a barrel of WTI. Nat gas worth repeating below $2 right now, 196 per million BTUs. After the close of trading today, we will be hearing from the Walt Disney Company. Disney ahead of earnings, down now by 0.4%. I'm Charlie Pellet. That is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
Thank you so much for that update, Charlie Pellet. Well, history can teach us a lot. 40 years ago, another incumbent president was wrestling with lousy poll ratings, a recent recession, and serious doubts about his age and electoral viability.
Yeah, this story featured in the new issue of Bloomberg Businessweek magazine. It's available on newsstands. It's on the Bloomberg already and at Bloomberg.com/Businessweek.
Bloomberg Businessweek national correspondent Josh Green wrote it. He's the author of The Rebels, Elizabeth Warren, Bernie Sanders, AOC, and the Rise of the New Left. He's also the author of the #1 New York Times bestseller, Devil's Bargain. Josh joins us on Zoom. Josh, good to see you, have you on the program this afternoon. So it's hard to imagine it being morning for America for President Biden just a few months out from the November election. Why draw the parallels here now?
Well, because, more and more when you look at the direction of the economy and the timing of what's happening in the economy during this election cycle, the more it resembles Ronald Reagan's run for re-election back in 1984. I should hasten to say that this column is not a prediction. It's really just kind of looking at the similarities, and they really, really are striking. Over the last couple of weeks, we've all seen the economic numbers turn around. Jerome Powell came out last week, said the economy is in very good shape. It looks like Biden is going to be running for re-election with an accommodative Fed, that most people expect to cut interest rates. Meanwhile, as we've been reporting, stock market is hitting a record high. If you go back to 1983, oddly enough, Reagan was in the similar situation to Joe Biden. The economy was then just coming off a deep, deep recession with a lot of inflation. Reagan was very unpopular, but in 1983, in the beginning of 1984, the economy started turning around. The Fed started cutting interest rates. All the economic numbers, consumer sentiment started pointing upward, and eventually Reagan rocketed to a landslide re-election. A big hope among the Biden people is that this economic turnaround that we see in the numbers is eventually, pretty soon, going to have a positive effect for Biden that will lead him, much as it did Reagan in '84, when Reagan was an unpopular, aging president who everybody thought for a brief moment was going to be a one-termer. Biden is hoping that he'll be able to run that same playbook again in November.
And yet, as you so rightly put in your story, Josh, enter political polarization like we've never seen before, it feels like, in this country. And then also just this idea, it's a different era in terms of how people kind of connect their political feelings with how they feel about the economy.
Yeah, that's totally right. As you said, that's a big and yet. If you look at, I think the neatest chart in the story, if you look at consumer sentiment in '83, '84, and what happened to it, and you look at it now with our economy and Biden, it's almost identical. But there is one big difference, and that is that back in 1984, the American electorate wasn't as fiercely polarized as it is today. Reagan ended up winning 33% of Democratic voters in 1984. And there isn't any chance that Biden is going to win 33% of Republicans. And partly that's because people's political views have become what political scientists call calcified. Republicans continue to think that the economy is bad shape because there's a Democratic president, the same way that Democrats did when Trump was the Republican president. We're beginning to see Democratic sentiment turn around strongly, and that's helped Joe Biden recover a little bit in the polls. And if you really squint at the latest Gallup numbers, you can see a little bit of an upward trend from independent voters and Republican voters. But in speaking to pollsters and political scientists, it's going to take a lot in order for Biden to get the kind of wind in his sails going into the election that Reagan had in 1984. But it's not impossible, and it's probably the best hope that Biden has going for him.
So for this story, you spoke to Mark Zandi over at Moody's Analytics, who they have a really interesting poll that came out recently that you include in the piece. What does it say about President Biden's electoral prospects? Because we've done a lot of polling too here at Bloomberg, especially in swing states, and Trump is ahead of Biden in many of the issues.
Yeah, so Zandi and Moody's did, and it's actually an entire election model that they do every year. And what it showed, it looks at a lot of historical markers. And basically what it said is that, putting aside all the political factors, the economy looks to be in such a strong shape that their model predicts that Biden will win in November narrowly, based largely on the strength of the economy. And I think it's a good reminder that for all that the political press corps focuses on polls and who's up this week and who's down and whatever the scandal du jour is in Congress, economic fundamentals still matter a lot to people's electoral choices. And the fact is that if you look at history, the economy and the direction of the economy really does matter a lot when an incumbent president is running for re-election. So that's the best thing Biden has going for him. I called up Zandi. I said, do you really think that Biden is going to win? And, he cautioned to say, look, this is by no means a guaranteed prediction. This is just our model. Model turned out to be wrong in 2020. But what it does show is the importance of having an accommodative Fed in an election year, sentiment turning around, inflation turning around, gas prices coming down. That was important for Reagan in 1984. It's important for Biden in 2024. So, right now things are trending in a positive direction for Biden in terms of the economy. What he needs to happen is for the politics to follow that direction.
Well, I'm so glad you left it on that. Now, politics, because what's interesting in your story, Josh, you say at the time many didn't regard Ronald Reagan as the heroic figure in the recovery. They ranked Paul Volcker, head of the Fed, right, much more highly than they did Reagan. Well, here you have, though, a former president, Donald Trump, who's saying he wouldn't reelect Powell, questioning the current Fed chair. So I wonder how that dynamic potentially also might throw a wrench into the outcome here and play against Biden.
It's a great question. I mean, I found a Gallup poll from when Reagan was running for re-election that surveyed corporate leaders, business leaders, and by like a 2-to-1 margin, they said that Volcker was the hero of the turnaround. I think if you polled corporate leaders today, a lot of them would say that Jay Powell is the hero of this turnaround, not Joe Biden. Whether that has a broader effect on, let's say, voters in Michigan, Wisconsin, Pennsylvania, the swing states that are going to decide the election, I don't know. My hunch is that Powell just isn't a well enough a known figure for that to make a difference. But look, on the margins in a close election, everything matters. So maybe there's a block of Jay Powell voters out there that pollsters haven't measured yet and ought to get out and do so that could be decisive in the election. We'll see in November.
And Josh, look how quickly the economy, or at least the market, has turned around in recent months. Look how quickly we're starting to see inflation come down in recent months. It's a reminder that there is a long way to go between now and the election. And even though gas prices have come down now, there is a lot of time between now and November.
Yeah, there is time for good and time for bad. I mean, I went back just out of curiosity and looked at inflation-adjusted gas prices now versus November 1984 when Reagan ran. Right now, I think AAA has them at $3.15 a gallon. In November 1984, they were at $3.14 a gallon. So everything's lined up for Joe Biden right now. But look, we could have an oil crisis. We could have, some kind of a geopolitical event in the Middle East that could send those soaring. That would certainly cut against Reagan's chances, both in the Moody's model and probably anybody else's. But on the other hand, if you look directionally, especially given the expectation of multiple Fed cuts, which Goldman Sachs predicts or forecasts 4 between now and the November election, that really is a tailwind that I think is going to help Joe Biden's chances. The big question is, how entrenched is that partisanship among voters? There is some reason to believe that it still does affect even Republicans and independents.
really just something to think about. Josh Green, thank you so much. He is Bloomberg Business Week national correspondent joining us on Zoom on this Wednesday. You're listening and watching Bloomberg Business Week, and this is Bloomberg Radio.
Your company news headlines on Bloomberg Radio.
From Bloomberg World Headquarters, I'm Charlie Pellet, 49.98 on the S&P 500 index. We've got you covered. We're looking out for S&P 5000. Snap shares are plunging on a day when stocks are rallying. Snap Inc. right now down 35% after the Snapchat owner reported lower than projected revenue over the peak holiday season, disappointing investors only a week after much larger rival Meta Platforms posted its best sales growth in 2 years. And again, Snap shares down by 35%. Ford is working on an inexpensive, small electric vehicle to stem its EV losses and take on Tesla, as well as Chinese automakers. CEO Jim Farley revealed the plans to analysts after the automaker announced adjusted earnings per share of 29 cents, more than double the 13 cents that analysts had expected on average. Fourth quarter revenue of $46 billion far surpassed the 40.3 that analysts were expecting. Ford shares up now by 5.3%. Tesla staff are said to be bracing for potential job cuts after managers were asked to affirm whether each of their employees' positions is critical. Sources tell Bloomberg managers had to make a binary assessment of their deputies' roles in recent days. Some of those sources say Tesla sent out a single-line question for each job after canceling some employees' biannual performance reviews. The Boston Red Sox will be the focus of a pair of new Netflix shows. The streaming service will follow the team through the 2024 season and present a documentary series in 2025 that will be produced and directed by Greg Whiteley of One Potato Productions. And those are our top business stories. I'm Charlie Pelletan. This is Bloomberg.
This is Bloomberg Business Week with Carol Massar and Tim Stenivek on Bloomberg Radio.
It is Bloomberg Business Week. I'm Tim Stenivek. That's Carol Massar. Let's get a check on the latest world and national news. For that, we go to Nancy Lyons in the Bloomberg 99.1 newsroom in D.C. Hey, Nance.
Hey, Tim. The Senate is taking a vote on the $118 billion supplemental aid package that includes money for Ukraine and Israel, along with new border provisions. 60 votes are needed. It does not look like it'll pass. Senate Majority Leader Chuck Schumer says he will likely ask for a vote on the bill without the border provisions. Last night, the House failed to have the votes to impeach Homeland Security Secretary Alejandro Mayorkas. House Speaker Mike Johnson spoke with reporters earlier today.
Yeah, on impeachment, last night was a setback, but democracy is messy. We live in a time of divided government. We have a razor-thin margin here, and every vote counts. Sometimes when you're counting votes and people show up when they're not expected to be in the building, it changes the equation. But listen, we have a duty and a responsibility to take care of this issue. We have to hold the Secretary of the Department of Homeland Security accountable.
Speaker Johnson says they will impeach Secretary Mayorkas on the next go-around. Mayorkas is in Las Vegas today discussing security ahead of the Super Bowl. He was asked about the failed impeachment vote.
The allegations are baseless, and I'm focused on the work, which was what brings me to Las Vegas today.
Again, Homeland Security Secretary Mayorkas. A new flavor of Coca-Cola will soon be hitting store shelves. Coca-Cola Spiced is set to go on sale February 19th, marking the beverage company's first new permanent flavor in 3 years. The new flavor is described as a burst of refreshing raspberry flavors and spiced notes. Global news 24 hours a day and whenever you want it with Bloomberg News Now. I'm Nancy Lyons. Now back to you, Carol and Tim.
All right, Nance, thank you so much. All right, one more thing this hour. Charlie was talking about this, but we kind of want to go back there because if you're working at Tesla, man, I guess holding onto your job gets a little bit more difficult. I mean, Tesla staff, as we are reporting, are Dana Hull and Ed Ludlow, bracing for potential job cuts. Managers were asked to affirm whether each of their employees' positions is critical.
Okay, we should say Tesla representatives did not respond to requests for comment. We should also note the way that Tesla's workforce has grown in a very short amount of time. The company's doubled its workforce just since 2020. Last year, it ended with more than 140,000 people on staff around the world. They now have about 8 times the number of people as it did back in 2016, which you'll recall was the year that Tesla released its Model 3 sedan. So they've done a lot of hiring over a very short time.
But you heard what Charlie said. Tesla sent out a single-line query for each job after canceling some employees' biannual performance reviews.
Let's not forget what Elon Musk did at
According
X,
to those familiar.
At X, at Twitter.
Or what did he say? Remember that? Like
well,
he was like,
he got rid of everyone, and it still functions. So he wants to do more with less. And I also wonder to what extent all these companies are looking and saying, wait a second, Meta Platforms was able to have this year of efficiency where they laid off so many people, and then their earnings jumped.
So, Tim, is your position critical?
Okay, rude question, first of all. You want to be doing this by yourself?
No, I don't want to be doing it. I think Tim is super critical, and everybody in the control room are critical as well. But it's just an interesting approach, right? I don't know. It's maybe just a little bit of a different version. I keep thinking about Jack Welch, GE, all of those who did Six Sigma, like, right? You're, like, getting rid of kind of the most unproductive.
How did that go for GE?
Yeah, exactly. Hey, meantime, Elon Musk has some advice or says to Taylor, listen, you're right to be concerned about the private jet tracking. Remember we talked about this yesterday.
Yeah, Elon Musk said Taylor Swift is right to be concerned because she is worried about Jack Sweeney, that 21-year-old, tracking her private jet.
And her carbon imprint.
Yeah.
Just saying. All right, everybody, if you're watching on TV, coming up next is The Close. We continue on Business Week, including talking about that record 10-year Treasury auction, and then we're going to talk about the Hulu of Sports and Disney earnings. 500. Do we hit 5,000? A nice round number. We like to keep an eye on it, so we're watching. We've got pretty much equities across the board at their best levels of the session.
Yeah, the NASDAQ composite up a full percentage point, as is the NASDAQ 100. The Dow also up about half a percentage point. We're not just talking about equities, though. We're also talking about treasuries, because the government held its biggest ever sale of 10-year debt today. We're going to be joined by Michael McKenzie on that in just a few minutes.
Yeah, and despite that, bonds a little change, so we're going to dig into that in just a moment. And remember that fake Biden robocall ahead of the New Hampshire primary?
It wasn't a bunch of malarkey.
No, it wasn't. Nicely done.
Yeah, he said that in the call, or the robot did.
Yeah, right. It wasn't actually him saying it, but
it
sounded like
Yeah.
it could have been. All right, we're going to talk to the CEO of a cybersecurity company who expects to see more stuff like that. So get ready, everybody.
Okay, they're calling it the Hulu of sports. Is it the beginning of the end of cable companies as we know them?
I would say kind of, yeah. Speaking of media and Hulu, we've got Disney earnings after the closing, but we've got a bunch of reports, but we're keeping an eye on Disney and Disney Plus and whether streaming can ultimately deliver profits for the Magic Kingdom.
And here's a fun one. We're going to speak to the author who infiltrated the secretive world of high-end art and lived to tell the tale.
Dun, dun, dun.
Yeah.
We need some of that. All right, first up, let's get a check on the trade here and your top business stories. Charlie, take it away.
Thank you very much. An exciting Wednesday. You got to keep it locked into Bloomberg Radio right through the close and beyond. Of course, Disney after the bell, but look at what's going on with the S&P 500 index. 49.98 right now as we close in on that big round number of 5,000. We'll keep you updated throughout the afternoon. Right now, the S&P up by 0.9%. The Dow up 187, up 0.5. NASDAQ, the composite index, up 151, now up by 1%. 10-year yield, 4.10%, with a 2-year that's yielding 4.42%. Spot gold virtually flat on the day. Today, right now, the precious metal at $20.35 the ounce, while West Texas Intermediate crude up 0.7%, 73.85 for a barrel of WTI. What about the economic backdrop as stocks rally, specifically the consumer? Kathy Bostjancic is chief economist at Nationwide Mutual, and earlier today on Surveillance, she told us she sees a definite contradiction.
What I find really striking is that the unemployment rate being low at 3.7%, yet we're seeing an increase in delinquency for payments of credit cards. To a degree, that's consistent with recessionary conditions. So if things are so good for the consumer and the labor market, why are we seeing that? And to me, and to our team, it really shows that consumers overextended themselves. And at some point, we need to see consumer spending rein in.
And you can hear more of that conversation on the Surveillance podcast. You can download it wherever you get your podcasts. NYCB, New York Community Bancorp, is seeking to reassure investors that its financial position is strong after shares yesterday touched a 27-year low. Today, shares of New York Community Bank, they are advancing by 5.2%. Disney, after the close of trading, will be all over that today. Disney down now by 0.4%. Recapping, S&P at 49.98. We are on 5,000 watch. I'm Charlie Pellet. That is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
Tick, tick, tick. We are definitely watching it.
You think we get there, Karen?
I don't know. It's
Who knows?
It's just another level, folks. It's just another level.
Yeah, it's just a nice round number. Well, speaking of some nice big numbers and records, the U.S. government sold a record $42 billion of 10-year notes on Wednesday at a lower than anticipated yield. It's a sign that investor confidence that the Federal Reserve will pivot to interest rate cuts this year in response to a growth slowdown.
It was the biggest auction ever of 10-year treasuries. So let's get to it with our Michael McKenzie. He's rates reporter for Bloomberg News. He gave us a heads up on it earlier this week. He's here with us in our Bloomberg.
Is this like your Super Bowl? Michael McKenzie?
Yeah, it's kind of there, though. I still think the Fed doing 4 75 basis point rate hikes was the Super Bowl for bonds.
Okay.
That was a bad one, but it was kind of like watching, I guess if you're Atlanta Falcon fans and you watch the Patriots come back from 28-3 down to win the Super Bowl.
Nicely done.
Yeah, well, I got a son who's an avid Pats fan. So on the flip side here, though, 10-year yields above 4%. We've been hearing this for quite a while now, last few months, that actually 4% is a good buy zone for 10 years, and we saw it today with the auction.
Okay.
Good demand. Came in a little bit better than the pre-issued price that was indicated just before the 1 p.m. Deadline for the auction. And I think it's a combination of, yes, we got Fed cuts coming. They do want to cut rates. They don't want to be tighten too much. And also the trending pattern for inflation. It is coming down. It might be a bit bumpy, but at the end of the day, inflation is a lot lower than it was a year ago. So when we think back to October when 10s got to 5%, today people are saying, well, that when we got to 5%, inflation was higher. Now inflation's come down, So actually 4% is kind of your buy zone.
That's what I find is interesting, right? It's not just the size of the auction, but the interest, but where kind of the rates settle, right? What it tells us about what the expectations are for what the Fed ultimately does, correct?
Yes, yes. I mean, at the end of the day, the way of looking at the 10-year yield is that is a series of 3-month interest rates rolling out over the next decade.
Right.
And so we put in a chart in the story today that ran after the auction showing 10-year yields going back to 2007. 4% looks pretty attractive. It's towards the higher end of the zone since 2007. So from that point of view, from that sort of sense of arithmetic, bond investors think 4% is good.
We talked though about maybe going to 4.25%. Do you still feel like that's a possibility?
I do. I think it is. I was talking to an investor this morning who said the economy is showing signs of reaccelerating. And there are people warning about this when we saw that monster rally and loosening of financial conditions after the Fed pivot at the December FOMC. There is a bit of a concern, and it really, you look at what happened last week with the employment data that came out. 353,000 jobs is not the kind of jobs figures you normally expect at this point in the cycle. So clearly the Fed is now going to sit on its sidelines, maybe for a bit longer than anticipated, until June, or maybe it could go in May. But there is a bit of a concern at the margin that if you start to see, more economic data surprises on the growth side, then you could see an area where the 10-year does get pushed to 420, 425, and maybe higher.
I think about the conversation we had with Chipotle's CEO, Brian Niccol. I mean, talking about the consumer and seeing gains, kind of all different types of consumers. So that consumer strength continues. And again, just kind of adds to that story that the economic momentum, that story continues as well.
It does. And I think, the US is pretty unique here because unlike other countries, you have a lot of people who've basically locked in 30-year fixed rate mortgages, which is pretty unique to the US. You don't get that in other countries. They lock them in below 4%. There's, I think, 60% of all mortgages are locked in below 4%. That's the stat I saw. So people are protected here. Then you're getting paid interest now on your savings. You're still getting 5% plus if you've put money in T-bills.
Right.
I look at the average occupancy of US offices last week was 51.8%. That's the highest since the pandemic. But that means basically half of Americans aren't coming into the office, which means they're not paying for commuting costs. They're not buying $20 lunches and $5 lattes.
Clothes.
Yeah.
Lots of
so
stuff.
you can see why there's this sort of resilience going on in the economy, I think.
That's really interesting, bringing in all that other data. One other data point that I wanted to ask you about was why this was the biggest ever auction of 10-year treasuries. Why? Why today?
Because Congress has been on a spending binge and the Treasury has to fund the deficit. The deficit's still running very, very high relative to where we are in the cycle.
Do we keep seeing at subsequent auctions them being the biggest ever?
The Treasury at the recent refunding indicated this was the last increase in size.
Okay.
Now, getting back to this sort of the resiliency of the economy, it's not gone unnoticed that you could actually get some tax cuts this year. It is an election year. So again, talking to bond investors, when I ask them where do they think 10s really should be, they're saying, keep an eye on what Congress does this year, because if they put in another dash of stimulus, yes, you're going to come to a point where the Treasury then has to come out either maybe at the August refunding and say, we're going to have to maybe push things up a bit more.
Wow.
And meanwhile, the economy's still pumping along. And it's interesting, we've got a story in the works where we're talking about the tail risks here. And some people say there is a tail risk that you get a reacceleration in the economy. There is a tail risk that inflation is bumpy coming down. And how do you start to think about that? Because yes, we like owning 10s today at 4% in that zip code. But we have to be cognizant that there is a risk that this isn't going to be this smooth script of immaculate disinflation, lots of Fed rate cuts, everything's hunky-dory. It could actually go the other way. And anything we've learned over the last 2 years is that volatility has a way of catching people off guard in the bond market.
Yeah, I agree with you. And I feel like that's why it's such day-to-day in terms of trying to figure out what the new, kind of trend line is that kind of sticks with us. But I don't think we're quite there yet. All right, which is why we rely on you. Michael McKenzie, thank you as always. Rates reporter for Bloomberg News right here in our studio. This is Bloomberg.
From voting in the New Hampshire primary election. The call has actually been traced to a Texas company and its owner.
Yeah, I remember that. We talked about it so much. Well, the people responsible for that fake audio call could face criminal and civil charges. New Hampshire Attorney General John Formella said, citing laws that prohibit voter suppression and displaying inaccurate caller ID with the intent to cause harm. Great that these rules are in place, but it just reminds me that folks can get around them still.
Okay, so he described the episode as a real-life example of using AI in an attempt to interfere with an election. And I guess you could say the good news is that they were able to trace it and figure out where it came from. The not-so-good news is that this is just the beginning of deepfakes in politics, at least according to our next guest.
Get ready, everybody. Wendy Thomas back with us, President and Chief Executive Officer of the publicly held cybersecurity and risk management firm SecureWorks. She joins us on Zoom from Atlanta. Hey, Wendy, so great to have you back with us. Yeah, walk us through kind of your expectations about deepfakes in politics, what you guys are seeing and anticipating.
Sure. Thanks for having me back. And, when we spoke in December, this was the use of deepfakes was definitely my top concern because, frankly, our lack of awareness, let alone preparedness. And so whether it's used in misinformation in election campaigns, clearly we've got not just the U.S. coming up with a presidential election in the fall, but nearly half the world's governments have elections this year. So the prevalence of the ability to use very low cost, low barrier to entry AI applications for nefarious purposes to misinform or to dissuade voters in some way is something that's top of mind for SecureWorks.
What can SecureWorks do to prevent this from actually happening? What can anyone do, Wendy, to prevent this from happening? It seems like there's nothing. Convince me that I'm wrong.
Well, I will convince you that you're wrong, and I will say, importantly, I think it's got to be understood that AI is still absolutely primarily used for the good, for defenders, for great business purposes, for scaling organizations. But as we talked about before, there's always a power and a peril. And so what we see that companies can do, what organizations can do, what we as individuals can do are a few things. I'm always going to say that awareness is the first line of defense. And so incorporating this awareness into training for folks, for individuals, for employees on your team is important. But there's also some simple tools to enable verification. And these have been true for some time. But what you're talking about now is social engineering that's been around for some time, whether it's emails or voice calls, just taken to the next level by compromising someone's identity. And so think about simple ways to ensure verification. Look, for a small organization or even a family, kind of a nonsensical passphrase that just a few of you know, the CEO, the CFO, you and your spouse, that it truly is you, is a great way to have a low-tech version right away.
I don't know, Carol. You're asking us to be the last lines of defense, okay? And I'm sorry.
Makes me nervous.
I'm just not optimistic. Anyway, Carol, I know you were going to ask something.
Well, you guys are publicly held. This is your business. So how much demand are you seeing? Talk to us a little bit about, the business side of the equation, how that translates. These concerns translate into more business for you. Talk to us about growth. Talk to us about demand.
Sure. So we just finished out our fiscal year end last Friday. So I'm going to be careful about our quiet period here. But we do see both from our existing insights into incident responses that we're pulled into, as well as conversations behind the scenes with law enforcement, that this type of next level, next generation of social engineering is real for companies, and they aren't ready. And so if you think about the business that we're in terms of the ability to detect anomalous activity that in this case is also malicious, and to respond quickly to both prevent this in the future, but to prevent any damage in the midst of a situation where maybe that first line of defense has failed and you've got 2 and 3 behind it, right? That's what SecureWorks does. Our ability to help customers both prevent this and not sustain damage from it that is what SecureWorks does.
Hey, Wendy, what I do wonder too, the bulk of your business, right? I think revenue is in the United States, largely, no doubt about it. But you also do a lot of business overseas. I am curious, where is the growth market for you? I'm just curious about, I feel like a lot of U.S. companies and folks have a lot of systems in place, and maybe that's not the case outside the U.S., but certainly if you're dealing with kind of the emerging areas. But make me smarter. Help me understand kind of where your demand is and who's really seeing an increase in problems.
Sure. We definitely still see demand in the U.S., particularly for more small and medium-sized organizations who haven't necessarily invested at the levels that large companies have, simply because those companies were the first areas that were attacked. And as we've talked about with the emergence of ransomware, really anyone is vulnerable, a municipality, a small business, even a school or a hospital. And so the need relative to the risk has definitely increased in those non-traditional organizations that are being attacked. We do see more growth outside of the U.S. simply because of the security maturity cycle in different regions, and frankly different regulatory regimes. But we see great growth in Europe and in Asia in particular, Middle East as well, where the pipeline manufacturing sectors and frankly global cyber warfare along with kinetic warfare is causing other countries to really take up their game in terms of security defenses.
I'm still stuck on this idea of this world that we're living in as being one where we're kind of the last lines of defense. I mean, it makes sense when it comes to phishing and stuff like that. Like, we know not to click links anymore, but it still happens, Wendy. What's a way that we can spot deep fakes as we enter election season? And we get robocalls. What should we be on the lookout for?
Well, you should always be on the lookout for things that you didn't go to the source. The call came to you versus you calling your bank or Amazon, what have you. So always be careful to never take an incoming call or email as who it is. Go to the source. And the big thing is, trust your gut, right? If something is off, what we see in these early deep fakes is that there is more pausing, like in an interactive video or voice call that's not pre-recorded. There's just a little bit of a hesitation before the machine responds, if you will, or the pace at which they're speaking is not the same. So it's just absolutely being thoughtful about pausing and being thoughtful about but verify. It is the do not trust and verify in multiple ways.
Yeah, I feel like we have to be constantly on guard. Wendy, thank you so much. Good to check in with you again. Wendy Thomas, she's President and Chief Executive Officer of the publicly held cybersecurity and risk management firm SecureWorks, joining us on Zoom from Atlanta. This is Bloomberg.
Bloomberg World headquarters, I'm Charlie Pellet. It is 3:21 on Wall Street, 39 minutes to go ahead of the close. Will we see S&P 5,000 today? Right now, the S&P is at 49.96, up by about 0.8%, certainly within striking distance. Tech mega caps are rallying, and a strong sale of 10-year treasuries dims supply concerns. 10-year right now, 4.09%, the 2-year 4.41%. S&P up 42 at 49.96. That is a gain of 0.9%. The Dow up 165, up 0.4. NASDAQ up 155, higher by 1%. Again, the 10-year 4.09%. Gold flat on the day, $2,035.79 the ounce. West Texas Intermediate crude oil up 1%, 74.02 a barrel. Federal Reserve Bank of Minneapolis President Neil Kashkari says officials would like to see a few more months of inflation data before cutting rates, adding that he thinks 2 to 3 cuts will likely be appropriate for 2024. Indeed, it has been a very busy week for Fed speakers, and there is a common message, according to Marilyn Watson, head of global fixed income strategy at BlackRock Financial.
So I think in terms of Fed speak, this is really a continuation of the numerous different communications that we've seen from various FOMC members over the past few weeks, who have been pushing back on the market, which was really originally pricing in a March cut for the first rate cut in rates. The market's now moved beyond that, and now they're looking at maybe May or June.
Snapchat, after earnings, now plunging 34.6% after the close of trading. We will be hearing from the Walt Disney Company. Lots going on, lots to watch. Disney down now by 0.5%. I'm Charlie Pellet. That is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
Hey, thank you so much for that update, Charlie Pellet. Snap, wow, 35%. It's pretty remarkable.
Ouch.
Hey, you know what's pretty remarkable?
What?
The new Bloomberg Business app that features Apple CarPlay and Android Auto. You can listen to Bloomberg Business Week and all of our Bloomberg radio programs at any time. The podcast, too. Just download the Bloomberg Business app on your smartphone and connect your phone to your car. It's free in the Apple App Store or on Google Play.
Good stuff. All right, huge news in media breaking late yesterday. A new live sports streaming service from Walt Disney, Fox, and Warner Brothers Discovery, putting all of their best games online. It is certainly going to test consumers' loyalty to cable, TV bundles, and pressure companies like Comcast. I feel like, man, it continues to be disrupted and, innovating in terms of how we view content.
By the way, Comcast and Charter shares are lower today. Oh, there's also Disney earnings after the bell today. Right. Good thing we have our go-to on all things media. Geeta Ranganathan is technology and media analyst at Bloomberg Intelligence. She joins us on Zoom from BI headquarters in Princeton, New Jersey. Geeta, good to check in with you. Is this the beginning of the end of cable companies?
That's a great question, Tim, and thank you so much for having me. Yeah, it definitely seems a little bit like the beginning of the end of the pay TV bundle, because this is definitely going to accelerate cord cutting. One of the reasons why these companies are even doing this right now is because they're looking at the numbers, right? And they know that cord cutting is only accelerating. We're losing something like 8.5% of the sub base, per year, and that's a huge number. We've already lost about 30 million households to cord cutting, going to get worse. We're probably going to lose another 20, 30 million over the next couple of years. And so they needed to do something, and they needed to do it quickly.
Well, it's interesting, too. I got to say, in thinking about this story, Geeta, I'm thinking about, wait a minute, Disney, aren't they trying to unload their stake in ESPN? So I'm trying to decide, are they going to do this and then kind of sell that stake into this new venture? Does this new venture become like a publicly held entity? Like, how do you kind of roll it all together?
Yeah, so definitely, I think the move, you're absolutely right, Carol. I think the move definitely raised more questions than it did answers. And so we still need to get some more clarity from Disney on what exactly their plans are. But I think it's definitely a first step for big media to kind of band together, and make sure that they're not competing against each other, right? Mm-hmm. Especially when you have all of these sports rights come up and you have all of these big tech players kind of vying for all of these sports rights. It was silly for them to kind of go in for all the infighting. So I think in that sense, this is a good step for all of media. But yes, of course, there are so many questions as to what ESPN's end game is going to be and whether this kind of news service is then going to become the be all and end all like sports aggregation service, and whether, you know, it's going to be spun off into its own entity. So those questions are still unanswered. But for right now, I think this is a good first step.
So Walt Disney, Fox, and Warner Brothers Discovery, are they going to team up with one another to bid on rights that come available that would also be bid on by the Amazons, the YouTubes, and the Apples of the world?
Yes, yes, I think that's generally the idea. So whatever rights they're holding on to now individually, that's fine. But any future rights, I think, that come up, and the big one that comes to mind is NBA. And we've heard reports that the NBA, so that one ends at the end of the 2024-2025 season. And what we've heard is they are looking to triple their fees. So they right now have a $2.6 billion deal that, you know, they want to actually basically triple that. So it's going to be challenging. And I think that's one of the reasons why these companies decided that it's good to do this together rather than go alone.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking about this, Geeta, of like all of these, you know, Fox, Warner Brothers, Disney, like in a back room and saying, okay, what these sports rights fees, I mean, they're just getting out of control. So how do we manage it, right? Because these content costs are just off and running.
You're absolutely right. So we just look at sports rights alone. For Disney, they're paying $10 billion this year. That is 40% of their whole content cost budget. And if you just look at all of these big media companies, so these three companies, plus of course you have Comcast, NBC, as well as Paramount, all five of them put together are paying something like $30 billion in sports rights fees. So it is a huge bill. Meanwhile, you have their top line that is under tremendous pressure from, you know, cord cutting. And so we've seen a huge hit that it has, you know, kind of led to on the EBITDA side. Some of these companies' EBITDA down by 30, 40, 50% over the past 3 to 4 years. And it's only going to get worse.
Geeta, give us an idea. We don't know at this point how much this is going to cost, but you're an analyst at Bloomberg Intelligence. Give us ballpark, given what we know about the rights that they have right now, what they want to bid on. How much do you think this could cost consumers per month?
So, you know, we just ran some numbers just based on what Disney, Warner Brothers, and Fox kind of charge the pay TV operators. We think that this service will have to cost at least $40 a month for them to at least break even on the service.
That's a lot of money.
So that they're basically agnostic between whether they're getting a pay TV customer or a streaming customer, right? So yeah, that is a lot of money. It's really going to appeal to that hardcore, you know, sports fan. But again, that sports fan is not going to necessarily get everything. They still obviously need to buy, you know, other services, whether it's Amazon for Thursday Night Football, whether it's, you know, Peacock for, you know, that one wild card game.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't know. So it's going to be hard.
Does like ESPN Plus, if you're paying for ESPN Plus, does that roll into this then?
Because it does. So ESPN Plus content is included. Yes.
When do we start saying enough is enough? Like when you think about streaming and content, I mean, I think people are already starting to do it. We do it in our house. We're constantly like, are you watching that anymore? Like maybe we need to get rid of this.
I think we're kind of already seeing that happen in many ways, you know, which is why everybody's so worried about this streaming shakeout and who's going to kind of get left behind, right? That has kind of been the big question. I think what this really does is now there is this very clear bifurcation, you know, between the sports bundle and the non-sports bundle or the entertainment bundle. I think an entertainment must-have is definitely going to be Netflix. Now the question is, what is going to be that sports must-have? And I think what Disney, Fox, and WBD are trying to do here is making sure that, you know, they have a place at that table.
It's so niche, though. I mean, unless you like soccer, in that case, you have to get the Apple TV Plus to watch that. Okay, enough is enough. I know when enough is enough for me is when Amazon launches ads. I'm trying to watch the second episode of Reacher over the weekend, and suddenly ads come up, and it's like, I'm so over this. And in order to get rid of them, Geeta, I got to pay like $25 a year, and it's just... it was not a good consumer experience.
$2 a month.
I know, but it adds on to everything. It's just the concept of it is just frustrating.
Saying.
I don't care about the price. I care about the concept of it. I'm used to watching Amazon without ads, and it's like, this again? Everyone's adding ads.
And everybody's going to do that, Tim. That's, you know, all of the linear TV advertising is now going to move to streaming services because that's where the eyeballs are moving. So you're going to see every service do this.
It's enough. Enough is enough.
Enough is enough. So, all right. So when Disney reports, what are you keeping on your radar specifically? A couple of things that we should keep front and center.
I think the big number when it comes to kind of having any material impact on the stock is definitely going to be the streaming profitability number. They already said that they're going to lose some streaming subscribers, and that's on the back of price hikes that they implemented in October. So remember, Disney Plus hiked their price by about 30%. So as a result, obviously expect to see some churn, but I would also be interested in seeing their ARPU number, the Disney Plus ARPU number, which is so important these days, in terms of driving both the top line and the bottom line. So we do expect that to go up materially as well. But any commentary that they give on their streaming profitability and whether they can get to it faster, I think that would be the first thing that everybody's going to be looking for.
Anything else, Geeta, hearing from Bob Iger about a turnaround plan, which we'd be listening
The proxy fight.
Yeah, there's just so much drama going on there. But I think this is, what's going to be interesting is going to listen to Hugh Johnston, who is the new CFO of Disney. He's come from Pepsi, is known to be a great communicator. It'll be interesting to see whether, Disney normally has been really tight-lipped about guidance. So it'll be interesting to see whether, he offers any, new tidbits of information, whether he's going to tell us anything about what to expect in terms of earnings or any other concrete numbers.
All right, interesting stuff as always, and so many moving parts when it comes to Disney, but the story continues to evolve and get interesting. Geeta, thank you so much. Appreciate it. Geeta Ranganathan is technology and media analyst at our Bloomberg Intelligence team. She's joining us on Zoom from BI headquarters in Princeton, New Jersey. Disney shares, Tim, just down about 0.4%. Much earlier in the day, they were down about 2.7%, but certainly a focus for us after the close.
All right, we got a lot of companies reporting. In the meantime, let's get a check on the latest world and national news. We got Nancy Lyons in the Bloomberg 99.1 newsroom in D.C. Hey, Nance.
Thanks, Tim. We're hearing a U.S. drone strike aimed at Iran-backed militia has killed members of the group. According to the AP, militia officials say a drone hit a car in the Iraqi capital and killed 3 members of the powerful Kataib Hezbollah militia, including a high-ranking commander. The Senate has voted against a $118 billion supplemental bill that included new border provisions as well as aid to Ukraine and Israel.
On this vote, the yeas are 49, the nays are 50. 3/5 of the senators duly chosen and sworn not having voted in the affirmative. The motion is not agreed to.
Senate Majority Leader Chuck Schumer has said he will request another vote on the package excluding the border provisions. With the Super Bowl just days away, the NFL held a press conference today with the Homeland Security Secretary Alejandro Mayorkas.
There are no known, credible, specific threats to the Super Bowl or to Las Vegas at this time.
Mayorkas says they have conducted cybersecurity checks, multiple planning exercises, and bomb safety workshops with state and local partners. Well, we're getting the first taste of Super Bowl ads ahead of Sunday's game, and Bloomberg's Karen Moscow has some of the details.
Big advertisers are releasing their commercials ahead of the game in hopes of creating a pregame buzz. In the ads released so far, Budweiser focuses on its iconic Clydesdales. Michelob Ultra capitalizes on the iconic star power of soccer legend Lionel Messi, and Uber Eats goes for laughs with an ad where Jennifer Aniston forgets she starred in Friends with David Schwimmer.
Hey. Hi. Okay.
Have we met? Advertisers are reportedly paying some $7 million for a 30-second spot. Karen Moscow, Bloomberg Radio.
Global news 24 hours a day and whenever you want it with Bloomberg News Now. I'm Nancy Lyons. This is Bloomberg.
Bloomberg World Headquarters. I'm Charlie Pella. 3:40 right now on Wall Street. 20 minutes to go ahead of the closing bell on Wall Street. S&P right now 49.97. Did get up to 49.98 with a decimal 0.98. Oh, so close. Let's head right over to the first word breaking news desk for today's afternoon call. Here he is, Bill Maloney.
And good afternoon, Charlie. U.S. stocks with the bid as the S&P 500 is closing in on the 5,000 level. The Dow is currently up 176 points. S&Ps are up 42, and NASDAQ rises by 1%. The U.S. 10-year yield is at 4.1%. Gold is little changed, oil trading in the green, and Bitcoin is higher by 2.2%. Among the main 11 S&P sectors, leaders were tech and consumer discretionary. Only consumer staples were in the red, and leaders to the upside in the Dow, Home Depot and Boeing, while Amgen fell 5% after earnings and led to the downside. Also after earnings, Chipotle rose as much as 9.6% to a record. And in other news, NYCB is in the green after falling 14%. Wrapping things up, some of the names pointing after the bell tonight include Disney and PayPal. Live from the first breaking news desk, I'm Bill Maloney. Charlie?
Okay, we thank you very much, Bill Maloney. We'll be all over those numbers as they break into here. Live breaking news over your Bloomberg. Type squawk, SQUA, on your Bloomberg terminal. I'm Charlie Pelleton. That is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
I'm driving in my car. I turn on the radio.
How about you let me drive?
Oh, no. Who's gonna drive you home? Honey, please, I'll do the driving. Drive on. Excuse me, I want to drive. It's the question that drives us.
This is the drive to the close.
That funky music will drive us till the dawn.
On Bloomberg Radio.
All right, everybody, we've got just about 17 minutes left. Actually, 18. Let me do my math correctly. 18 minutes left.
That's right, Carol.
In the
18.
trading session. We got stocks pretty much near their highs. You heard Charlie breaking it down. It's kind of interesting. Some enthusiasm back, certainly on the equity side of things. Once again, it's those tech names. But the S&P 500 up 0.8%. NASDAQ up almost 1% here. And we're looking
Did we
at,
hit 5,000?
I got to bring up my numbers yet. I don't think we did either.
No.
Let me just pull it up on the Nope. 49.99.89.
Oh, you
just
can't.
do
Can
it.
you round that
Push
up?
it over.
All right. It doesn't matter.
Come on, technicians.
Doesn't
Just do
matter?
your part. It's just a round number.
Okay. Well, let's see what Larry Pitkowski has to say. He's managing partner and portfolio manager at Good Haven Capital
Let's ask
Management.
him.
He joins us on Zoom from Millburn, New Jersey. Larry, does it matter? Does 5,000 matter to you?
Hi, everybody. Hi, Carol. Hi, Tim. That kind of
Connection
thing
lost.
does not matter to us here at Good Haven. We do, of course, pay attention to the overall level of the market in relation to future earnings, just as a guidepost for how overvalued or undervalued things might be in a big picture sense. But then we just go back to looking for a handful of things that we think we can understand, try and dig really deep to try and understand them, worry all the time about what could go wrong, and be opportunistic when there is trouble out there in the world to try and take advantage of it for us and our fellow shareholders.
Well, so just going back to some numbers here on the market, you've got an S&P 500 that's up almost 5% here, a NASDAQ that's up 5.5%, and then you've got a 10-year that's going to pay you 4.1%. So I'm just trying to figure out, I know it's not all apples to apples, but I'm just curious, when you look at the markets overall, is it the equity side of the universe or investing universe that you still find interesting?
We are fortunate, Carol, that we've been able to construct a portfolio. With the Good Haven Fund, we just published our annual report, and we threw in some statistics about the multiples and the growth rates for our portfolio, which to us look a whole lot better than the overall market. Cheaper valuations, better growth rates. So there are still things to look at and do, even in a market that might be, somewhere around fully valued. So we are fortunate to be able to have been able to do that so far. And I think if one is not moving around $100 billion, there should still be some occasional pockets of opportunity.
Hey, we should note that the 5-year performance of the Good Haven Fund puts it in the 98th percentile versus peers. About $230 million in assets, average annual return of 14% over that period of time.
Congratulations.
Yeah, it's really.
Thank you.
It's been a crazy couple of 5 years.
We are working hard here at Good Haven for all fellow shareholders, but thank you.
How do you get the AUM higher?
I don't know. We are making some efforts to raise awareness, but we figure if you build it, they will come to a great extent. We're less focused on that and more focused on just driving returns for us and our fellow shareholders. And we figure if we continue to do a good job and Tim and Carol continue to mention it on their show.
You're welcome. You're welcome.
Thank you. And that more new and like-minded shareholders will gradually find us. But I'm getting younger, so I'm not really that worried about it.
All right. Well, you have the secret then. You're getting
is
younger.
important, like as a metric. I feel like, right? If we're going to have somebody on, we do have a viewer listener writing in, and they say, what would you recommend to an investor considering investing a lump sum into a mutual fund at this time? Whether to break up the amount, do it over time, or do it all at once? The concern being whether valuations, as you address at this time, are high, and if a recession or other event comes, it will bring down all or most stock prices. It's a really smart question.
It is a smart question. I don't have a very smart answer. The ability to time, it'd be great to have the ability to time the market. I wouldn't have to work so hard, but I don't think I can do it. I'm suspect if many people can do it. And so, we will just always, try and leave some room when we're buying things in case the securities we're buying go lower and the fundamentals remain intact. But we don't believe we have the ability to time the market, though I wish we would.
But what would you say to somebody who's looking to invest a lump sum right now? Should they dollar cost average? Should they do it all at once?
Oh, we're not in the financial planning business, but I would always say there's nothing wrong with, investing, gradually. But, you also, there's wonderful studies about, if you've missed certain big days in the market over, a year or two, you really miss a lot of the returns. So it's very hard to do. But so I really don't have a great answer. But, try and be gradual, but just don't really try and time it. That's is as good of an answer as I've got.
Agreed.
Don't try and time the market.
All right. Having said
Did you hear that, Carol?
Yes, I did.
Okay.
I know. I feel like my whole business career, everybody's always been like, don't time the market. Although I do think you can be smart.
It's easy to do it when you look back.
But I also think
October 2022 would have been a great time to throw some money.
Well, one thing, Carol and Tim, is when there is, we try and potentially, when we see smoke, we try and run towards it and see maybe there's really not a fire. So when there is more pain and suffering in a sector or in the market overall, and if you have some reserves, it is the potential time to get more aggressive, not less aggressive. And if there's complete and utter, crazy euphoria, you may want to consider becoming a bit less aggressive. So I think that's a useful thing for people to think through as a mindset.
Well, having said that, then something like regional banks, would you run towards regional banks right now? Some of the names that are getting beat up or just the sector brought down because of concerns about New York community?
Well, it's a very good question. In the fund shareholder letter, which we just released, we said that the biggest addition to capital in 2023, which was mostly in the second half of 2023, was Bank of America, which was done on the back of the crisis that happened last spring with Silicon Valley Bank and Signature Bank and then later First Republic. So we looked around during that period, and in the aftermath of it, we decided to dramatically increase our exposure to Bank of America. And Bank of America is not a regional bank.
No.
But, sometimes there are sectors where, the baby gets thrown out with the bathwater, so to speak. And we found what we think is a good opportunity, and still looks, Bank of America to us, to be a good opportunity on the aftermath of what was the spring of 2023 crisis. So, it's a good place always to be looking, where there are headlines, negativity, and, some dramatic potential declines.
Hey, just 30 seconds on Berkshire Hathaway. It's the biggest holding in the Good Haven Fund, up 11% year to date, 52-week high today. What do you love about Berkshire?
We made Berkshire our biggest holding during the COVID, the middle of 2020. What's not to like about Berkshire, except, of course, it's very big. We still think it's undervalued. We followed and owned the company for many decades. And in that period, middle of 2020, we thought the price was very attractive.
Right.
And we still think the price is undervalued. And we think they have laid out a forward-thinking succession plan, which makes sense to us.
Larry Pitkowski, thank you so much. Really appreciate it. This is Bloomberg.
your company news headlines on Bloomberg Radio.
From Bloomberg World Headquarters, I'm Charlie Pellet. We've got 7 minutes to go ahead of the close. S&P right now at 49.93. We'll keep you updated. Walt Disney reports after the close of trading today. And top of mind for investors is what clarity the company can offer on when its streaming business will deliver profits. The report comes a day after Disney's ESPN, Fox Corp, and Warner Brothers Discovery announced they are joining forces to launch a sports-focused streaming service that will feature major college and pro games usually seen only on traditional TV. So, will it be a moneymaker? Michael Nathanson is a senior analyst with MoffettNathanson.
But in terms of the financials, I think this is going to start off as a break-even business at best, right? The idea here is to offer customers something to stop them from cutting the cord and maybe stop them from going to YouTube TV, which announced 8 million customers yesterday.
And you can hear more of that conversation on the Surveillance podcast. You can download it wherever you get your podcasts. A beat and raise at Uber. Uber reported gross bookings that beat analyst estimates, showing strong global demand for rides and food delivery during the holiday period. Uber shares right now little changed, up just under 0.1%. Crosstown rival Lyft, based in San Francisco, right now down by 6.1%. Some of the other stories that we're following for you at this hour: Yum Brands, the owner of Taco Bell, KFC, and Pizza Hut, posted fourth quarter sales that missed expectations, making it the latest restaurant operator to report a pullback in spending. Yum Brands right now higher by 1.8%. Again, Walt Disney, after the close of trading, shares lower now by 0.4%. And those are our top company stories at this hour. I'm Charlie Pellet, and this is Bloomberg.
You're listening to Bloomberg Business Week with Carol Messer and Tim Stenevec on Bloomberg Radio.
It is Bloomberg Business Week, and February is Black History Month. And every day this month, we are celebrating significant moments in U.S. Black history. Now, with your installment for February 7th, here's Bloomberg's Justin Milliner.
Well, thank you very much, Tim. On this day in Black history in 1926, the precursor to Black History Month was celebrated for the first time. In its initial form, it was Negro History Week, the brainchild of noted historian, journalist, and author Dr. Carter G. Woodson. He's nicknamed the father of Black history. Dr. Woodson's life work was the pursuit of education. He was born in Virginia in 1875 to parents that were former slaves and illiterate in an area that lacked many good options for school. Dr. Woodson overcame those obstacles, teaching himself most common school subjects and graduating high school in just 2 years. From there, he became the second Black American to attend Harvard University. He created the Association for the Study of Negro Life and History in 1915, and in 1926, Dr. Woodson launched Negro History Week on the second week of February. And now each February, his legacy lives on with Black History Month, and that is today in Black history.
I did not know this.
I'll tell you what, I didn't know either before I started researching for these. It's fascinating.
It is fascinating, and I think also what's so interesting about that is think about what has happened when it comes to civil rights since 1926 and what life was like for a Black person in the 1920s. Much different than today, obviously, but there were so many barriers back then that they had to overcome.
And he overcame all of them. I mean, going to Harvard, he was essentially self-taught. And his main mission was not only to make sure that other Black people in a time when it was very hard for them to get an education, very hard for them to do things, his main idea was not only to be able to get more Black people educated, but also to remember Black history at that time, to look back and to make sure that there was Black history, because there weren't very many records kept at the time. So that was a big initiative of his. And, well, we're celebrating Black History Month, so he did a pretty good job.
I think it's so revealing, right? We think about how much over the last few years we're learning more about American history overall, and it's so important to make sure that we understand every American's kind of path and some of the difficulties and struggles, but making sure that it's taught now to a younger generation. So a really great segment. Thank you.
Thank
really
you.
Appreciate it. Bloomberg's Justin Milliner. All right, everybody, you are listening and watching Bloomberg Business Week right now. We're heading over to our TV colleagues. We've got a market close and some earnings to do beyond the bell. It starts right now.
let's take you through the closing numbers right now after the closing bell is rung. You have the S&P 500 about 5 points shy of that 5,000 level, up 0.8%. So a pretty broad advance, at least from a percentage basis. The Dow Industrials gaining 0.4%, and the NASDAQ, the best performer on the day, almost up by 1%.
All right, on that kind of weak volume, S&P 500, guys, 310 names to the upside in the trade, 189 to the downside, and 4 unchanged. Scarlett.
All right, actually pretty broad rally when you look at the sector performers too. Let's take a look at the IMAP. Lots and lots of green. Infotech, consumer discretionary, communication services, the biggest sectors within the market, rising the most. Real estate investment trusts and consumer staples are your weak points, but at this point they're a little changed.
All right, well, we got some earnings coming in. Let's look at shares of ARM. They're moving higher in the after hours right now. And looking at why, about up 1.2%. The company receives fiscal year adjusted earnings per share of $1.20 to $1.24, saw $1 to $1.10, so coming in above estimates there. Estimates were for $1.05. Third quarter chips reported shipped 7.7 billion. Third quarter total revenue, $824 million, beating estimates of $760 million.
Yeah, that was pretty solid from ARM. And again, we have a slew coming out too, waiting for Disney. That's going to be the big one. I'm looking at PayPal. I'm looking at Mattel. And you guys were also talking about sort of the other movers, right? And that also has to be in the bond market, Carol. You were mentioning that we digested that really well. In which case that was a good relief for investors. Maybe that helped contributed to that move higher in the equity market also.
Yeah, absolutely. I just want to go back, if I may, to ARM Holdings, because we're seeing this one up, what, about 10% here in the aftermarket. So 16% to the upside, right? The semiconductor sector, we watch it in all of its iterations, if you will, but to see that outperformance, again, that fiscal year adjusted EPS, $1.20 to $1.24. It had seen $1 to $1.10. The estimate was 105, so that is a pretty upbeat outlook, to say the least.
You know, when you have these chip makers, there's been a bifurcation, right? The chip makers that rely on industrial customers like automakers, they've seen some struggles in the fourth quarter numbers, but anyone that's tied in any tangential way to AI seems to do really well. And those that are, of course, dependent on the smartphone market seem to be holding up as well. Okay, so shares of ARM up about 11% in the after hours. We're also seeing shares of Wynn Resorts move higher by about 2.9% right now. The company's fourth quarter operating revenue coming in above estimates, $1.84 billion. Estimates were for $1.74 billion. The company's adjusted EPS, let's look at the bottom line, comes in as a big beat. Estimates were for $1.16, coming in at $1.91 per share, Alex.
Yep, that's a 5-star hospitality. That's basically what they're saying. That strong momentum because of their 5-star hospitality. They also talk about Las Vegas, Boston, and Macau, kind of pointing out some strong points there. But man, nothing like ARM.
Let's go back to it. It was jumping up about 16%, still up about 13% in the aftermarket. You guys might remember that just over the last week or so, our own Ian King coming out and with a story about the global chip industry poised to bounce back after a tough 2023. So the industry overall projecting 13% rise in sales. But again, boosting the full year profit outlook is ARM. Again, go back to the number for fiscal year adjusted EPS. So it's looking at the full year, feeling confident. Here we are on February 7th to say we're going to see EPS of $1.20 to $1.24. That is significantly above its earlier estimate of $1 to $1.10 and above the street estimate of $1.05.
You know, once upon a time, ARM was kind of just a way to look at what's going on with Apple because it was such a key supplier to Apple, but it's really pushed beyond that and trying to serve other markets, including server chips. So it's a bigger, broader read on the overall supply chain.
Apparently, it also licenses basically the fundamental set of instructions that software then uses to communicate with chips, which is why it makes it so different and has a different role in the semi industry and doesn't necessarily have just sole exposure when it comes to the smartphone market, Tim.
To that point, Alex and Scarlett, there's a lot of great information in the shareholder letter here, which I think is a kind of a unique thing to say when it comes to these companies reporting quarterly. The company said that ARM continues to gain market share in the growth markets of cloud, servers, and automotive, which drive new streams of royalty growth. And then the broader semiconductor market is showing signs of recovery. We're hearing that over and over again from these chip companies, particularly in smartphones, which returned to a strong growth in the third quarter. Licensing revenue supported by increased demand for new tech driven by all things AI.
Yeah, it's really significant, right? This is such a kind of potentially an early indicator. If they are feeling confident in terms of their outlook, it makes you think about kind of all of the folks that are their customers, whether it's, I'm looking at ARM Holdings, you've got Advanced Micro, you've got all of the big chip players that basically tap into them. All right, folks, let's go to Disney, and let's get right to it, because that first quarter Disney Plus subscriber number, they are looking at 149.6 million is the number. The estimate, that's a little bit shy, 151.2 million. The company, though, boosting its cash dividend 50%, targeting a $3 billion buyback in fiscal year 2024, sees fiscal year adjusted EPS of about $4.60. That's way above the street target of $4.27. But nonetheless, it looks like they're maybe giving that dividend to make potentially appease some of the investors that are out there, because this stock has certainly been under a lot of pressure from activists and others.
And it's under a bit of pressure right now. What's interesting here in these results is that you look at the bottom line, big beats. First quarter adjusted EPS $1.22. Analysts were looking for $1.02. Entertainment operating income $874 million. Analysts were looking for about $600 million. Total segment operating income $3.88 billion. Analysts were looking for $3.3 billion. So a beat on the bottom line. But when you look at the top line, entertainment revenue, overall revenue, even Disney Plus subscribers, those come in less than expected. So is this all on the back of cost cuts? It looks like it.
I mean, the subscriber number is not great, right? I mean, 149.6 million might be great, but like in comparison to estimates, isn't that sort of a worry? Like, how does that then help profitability?
This is where we need to get some insight on ARPU. We were talking to Geeta Ranganathan, so basically average revenue per user. She said the streaming profitability is really key, but she said they were probably going to lose some subscribers because of some of the price hikes. So this is where we need to see if it is a little bit more profitable ultimately on the subscribers they have, even if the base is reduced. So
right,
this is where
if
we
some
have to
people
look
leave,
for some more
but
insight.
the ones who stay are paying more, then the average revenue per user should go up. We should note revenue was little changed, but did fall short of the $23.8 billion average of estimates compiled by Bloomberg. Disney's been struggling when its TV business and two theatrical misses, The Marvels and Wish.
Yeah, experiences revenue, $9.13 billion. Analysts were looking for about $9.04 billion. Experiences should include the parks division, which of course has been doing very well, but it faces some pretty tough comparisons because last year was the 50th anniversary of Walt Disney World. It's not going to get that kind of reception once again. So that's going to be a big part of the picture here as we look at everything. Is this going to be enough to appease all those different activist investors who are, banging on Bob
the cash
Iger's door?
dividend being increased by 50% and $3 billion worth of buybacks over this year, maybe.
All right, so a little bit more in terms of the release. The company expects to add as many as 6 million core Disney Plus subscribers this period, continues to predict its streaming operation will reach profitability by the fourth quarter of the current fiscal year. We're not quite yet. We were looking to see if they would do it this year, but not this year, but this quarter. So nonetheless, we continue to see, kind of waiting for that profitability metric. I'm just kind of trying to pull up. Disney's now up about 4.7% here in the aftermarket. So I feel like there's a lot of moving parts, but maybe there's enough for investors to see that maybe they are on the right path, especially when it comes to streaming profitability.
One thing that's worth noting is Bob Iger tends to have this habit of like including good news or giving some kind of good announcement.
It is
during
the
earnings
Magic
release.
Kingdom, Scarlett.
Exactly, right? He delivers magic. So the earnings call will be critical here.
Yeah, and also about the new, sports tie-up, if you will, in terms of how that plays into it. What does it mean for ESPN, which they supposedly, are trying to get rid of? So, all right, we got to run. Disney shares now up about 6%, guys. All right, that's a wrap. Our cross-platform radio, TV, YouTube, and on Bloomberg Originals. We will see you again tomorrow.
This is Bloomberg Business Week. Insight from the reporters and editors who bring you America's most trusted business magazine. Plus, global business, finance, and tech news as it happens. Bloomberg Business Week with Carol Masser and Tim Stenevec on Bloomberg Radio.
Investors liking it, right?
Yeah, shares of Disney higher right now by 5.6%. This after the company reported better than expected earnings for its fiscal first quarter, issued an upbeat profit outlook for the year. That said, revenue did fall short of estimates, Carol. $23.5 billion for the period that ended in December and fell short of the $23.8 billion. That was the average of estimates from analysts compiled by Bloomberg.
Yeah, a bright spot was international parks. Man, there's so many moving parts, as it always is when it comes to the Disney, world of Disney, if you will, Walt Disney Company. Hey, let's get to John Ehrlichman. He's an anchor with our Canadian partner, BNN. He joins us from Toronto. Why is this stock up 6% in your view, John? You've followed this company for a long time.
Well, I think at the end of the day, and we heard this leading into these quarterly results, Carol, there was a big circle around what kind of losses we'd see from the streaming business, right? We have very clearly shifted away from how many subscribers Disney Plus has to when that business will be profitable. And the fact that, there were some expectations this could be a very big money-losing quarter for Disney Plus, that it is still a money-losing operation, but much more muted compared to what we had been seeing, is a sign to Wall Street that at the end of the day, if their goal indeed is to at least be breaking even, if not being profitable with this business by the end of this calendar year, remember these are first quarter fiscal numbers for Disney, and they had previously talked about the goal of making the Disney Plus business profitable by the fourth quarter of 2024. This is a vote of confidence towards that goal. And at the end of the day, when you're being measured increasingly on the streaming side of the operations, remember Netflix just had a big quarter, 260 million subscribers, and a profitable business. Disney has prioritized that. That would probably be the biggest nugget here overall in terms of sending a message that the cost-cutting initiatives that have been in the works playing out, and particularly this prioritization of profitability for the streaming business, that it is more in sight today than it might have been, say, 3 months ago.
Hey, John, does this mean that the activists are done with Bob Iger at this point? It's kind of a facetious question, to be honest, but...
Yeah, I think at the end of the day, the bad blood between Nelson Peltz and Bob Iger is something that might go down to the wire. I mean, we'll obviously have to watch the headlines between now and presumably the April annual meeting. There are some activists, I know there's a lot at this point. We can make a long list of activist investors who have said something or other about Disney. There are some who have actually been quite supportive of where the company is headed right now. But in terms of Trian and Disney, it may be very difficult to rectify, and ultimately will come down to the shareholder day, which gets back to what Carol was asking before. What is it that Wall Street likes about this quarter? If you can get to a point where you've got your parks business, which has generally speaking been doing well, I mean, that is a profit engine for them. If they're trying to find ways to shift away from broadcast to streaming for sports, as obviously that was the big news yesterday in the partnership with Fox and Discovery, and you can show a lot of progress on not just growing the subscriber base on Disney Plus, but stemming some of those losses. That might win over more investors heading into the annual meeting.
John, I just want to add a little bit more color into the report, because the stock continues to build momentum in the after hours. It's still up about 7.5%, so it's pretty much near its highs in the aftermarket. Bob Iger, of course, the CEO, once again at Disney, making some comments on a competing network, but talking about cost-cutting impacting the bottom line dramatically. He said Disney may top $7.5 billion in cost cuts. Parks and resorts continue to do extremely well, and also talking about investing $1.5 billion in Fortnite maker Epic Games, which is interesting.
You know what's interesting about that, John? I mean, you can feel free to run with this, but think about the Epic Apple battle, but Iger's connection and Disney's connection with Apple. It's just interesting to see the the strange bedfellows here.
If we wanted to go deep into speculative camp, since you've got analysts like Laura Martin at Needham, who for years now has been predicting a possible Apple-Disney deal, this would certainly be an interesting move if Disney is building bridges with Epic on the road to something else happening. I think what's interesting about this Epic investment by Disney, and look, we know Bob Iger has always been very strategic with investments, whether it was outright acquisitions or in this case, an investment in Epic Games. Games was always a challenged spot for Disney. If you'll recall, they've had some starts and stops with moving into that area. But I think in the case of the fact that there have been those challenges between Epic and Apple, maybe that opens up a new opportunity. I think it also kind of gets your mind working in terms of what Disney is envisioning going forward. We've got clarity on the partnerships we'll see for sports and where people will be viewing that. We've got obviously the continued focus on streaming versus broadcast. And then in terms of the games universe, I mean, we just saw Apple launch the Vision Pro, which historically VR gear, even though Apple wants you to think about it as an everything product, I mean, there's been a lot of gaming that has lived inside the world of VR to date. You know, does Disney get to further explore worlds through games because the technology allows for that to happen? It would seem like that is at least part of the thinking here.
Hey, John, you know, in the press release, Bob Iger says, just 1 year ago, we outlined an ambitious plan to return the Walt Disney Company to a period of sustained growth and shareholder value creation. Our strong performance this past quarter demonstrates we have turned the corner. So based on what you are seeing here, do you agree with the analyst and investor community agree? Like, it'll be interesting to see what analysts weigh in tomorrow or tonight and whether or not we see upgrades or, more importantly, if they're raising the price target on this company.
It's always hard to tell with these initial reads, but it does feel like there's enough crowd-pleasing updates here that Disney will win over some of the analyst community. Look, Bob Iger is one of these executives that had such a long track record of success. You have to believe there is some goodwill on Wall Street, even though, let's face it, guys, this stock is still, I believe, 50% below that peak we saw a couple of years ago. I know it bounced off the lows of last year. You know, the fact that they boosted the dividend, I believe, by 50%. Remember, they had just brought that back last year. That had been suspended during the pandemic. The more shareholder-friendly moves that you make, this company has gone through so much cost cutting. That doesn't always culturally make people feel good inside the company, but there has been this very strong focus through Iger to get Wall Street back on board with the story, especially when you've got certain activists breathing down your neck.
Right.
That it does seem like the call it 6.5–7% move we're seeing in the stock right now would likely be paralleled by some positive analyst commentary, but we'll see.
And you're right about Disney. It is still down 50% from its high back in March 8th of 2021. So some ground to get back there. John Ehrlichman, thank you so much joining us there from Toronto, our Canadian partner BNN. So we thank John for that. PayPal.
Yeah, shares lower in the after hours by about 0.8%. Fourth quarter total payment volume coming in above estimates, $409.83 billion versus estimates of $403.6 billion. The company sees 2024 adjusted EPS coming in below estimates at $5.10. Estimates are for $5.49, Carol.
Yeah, so expects earnings to be flat this year. It's going to continue cutting costs and the streamlining, I should say, of their businesses. So continuing to track that one as well. Yeah, just looking at PayPal, it is down now about 5% in the aftermarket. Meantime, Disney is up about 6.5%. You're listening and watching Bloomberg Business Week.
Bloomberg World Headquarters. I'm Charlie Pellet, 421 on Wall Street. Earnings coming in fast and furious. We've got you covered. Disney reported better than expected earnings for its fiscal first quarter. It issued an upbeat profit outlook for the year, citing cost-cutting benefits and the strong performance of its international theme park. First quarter Disney Plus subscribers, 149.6 million. Estimates, 151.2 million. Right now, though, Walt Disney Company shares, they are surging after hours, up by just about 7.5%. John Ehrlichman of BNN is following Disney earnings for us.
They had previous business profitable by the fourth quarter of 2024. This is a vote of confidence towards that goal.
Also, after the close of trading, ARM Holdings gave a strong earnings forecast for the current period and boosted its full-year outlook. Also, PayPal Holdings said it expects earnings to be flat this year as the financial technology company continues to work on cutting costs and the streamlining of its businesses. Today, we had stocks coming oh so close to S&P 5,000. The S&P ending the day at 49.95. Did get up to 49.99.98. The NASDAQ Composite Index up by 1% today. Again, to be sure, S&P up 0.8, the Dow up by 0.4%. 10-year 4.11%, 2-year 4.42%. Spot gold today $20.34 the ounce, lower by 0.1%. Again, Disney after hours, shares of the Walt Disney Company trading higher by 7%. I'm Charlie Pellet. That is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
All right, Charlie, thank you so much. Just want to update you on a story that is just crossing. The U.S. military killed a commander of an Iran-backed militia in Iraq. The U.S. Central Command putting this out in a statement as the Biden administration pressed ahead with its campaign to target those responsible for the killing of 3 U.S. soldiers last month. So, again, the statement saying that there was no collateral damage from that strike.
Okay, thanks for that update. Hey, there's something you should know about our next guest, the journalist and author Bianca Bosker. When she commits to something, she goes all in. For her New York Times bestseller, Cork Dork, she burrowed deep in the obsessive world of sommeliers. You know, those are the people who lick rocks and avoid brushing their teeth in the morning to preserve their taste buds for the wine.
It's a little crazy, but for a glass of wine, I'm in it.
Okay. This time, though, it's the art world. In her new book, she infiltrates the world of art obsessives. They're the people who hyperventilate around their favorite colors or break out in hives if you ask them to explain their work. We've got with us Bianca Bosker. Her new book is Get the Picture, a mind-bending journey among the inspired artists and obsessive art fiends who taught me how to see. It comes out this week. She's here in the Bloomberg Interactive Brokers studio. Bianca, welcome. How are you?
Doing great. Thank you so much for having me.
Yeah, congratulations on the book. Several years in the making. So in the book, you work in a gallery, you work as a gallery assistant, you're a museum security guard, you go to A-list parties with billionaires, you did mushrooms upstate with artists.
I had my face sat on by a nearly naked stranger in the name of art.
Okay,
all in a day's work, right?
Yeah.
So give us the origin story here. I mean, why go into the art world?
Yeah, well, I mean, for a long time, candidly, art and I were not really on speaking terms. I don't know, perhaps some of you can relate, but going to galleries and museums reliably made me feel like I was, 2 tattoos and a master's degree away from figuring out what was going on. But I began to have this kind of just consumed with this fear that by turning my back on art, I was missing out on something big. And so I started poking around the art world, and I couldn't look away. The art admittedly still befuddled me, but the people fascinated me. I mean, they had, I've never met a group of people willing to sacrifice so much for something of so little obvious practical value. Artists who treated 100-year-old paintings like they were as necessary as vital organs. And I was surprised that scientists are right there with artists and saying that art is a fundamental part of our humanity. Per one biologist, it is as necessary to us as food or sex. And I became consumed with, why do we look at art? What does it do for us? And also these art fiends, they acted like they'd accessed this trap door in their brains, and it made my own life feel very claustrophobic compared to their expansive existence.
How easy or difficult was it to penetrate?
Extremely difficult. I'm a journalist. I do interviews, I do research reports, but I also believe in learning by doing. And so I had this plan that I was going to go work in the art world. Unfortunately, basically no one except me thought this was a good idea. I felt like an FBI agent trying to infiltrate the mob. It was, I got got warnings, I got threats. And
And
it was hard.
gallerists didn't just all open up the doors to you?
They did not know. They did not know. Nor did artists, but I was surprised. I thought that the art world, it kind of advertises itself as this, group of open-minded iconoclasts who want to embrace as many people in their warm hug of art. And I was surprised. I think that there is a mean streak to the art world that is by design. There's a hidden logic to the way they try and keep people out.
Well, that's one thing that surprised me throughout the book is the way that, I kept thinking to myself, I thought this was supposed to be a business, but they're not making it easy for people to actually give them money for art. I mean, you talk to some gallerists.
In fact, I think they
say,
make it incredibly difficult.
Well, some gallerists you say don't want to be on the don't want walk-in traffic.
Right.
They
Well,
don't want people
excuse me.
coming off
It
the
is
street.
technically random ass people walking. And
I've been one of those.
But what's the deal with that? I mean, they don't show the prices. They're if somebody gives them money, maybe they won't even sell it to them.
Totally, absolutely. Well, look, I think it works on a number of levels. But as I started writing press releases and spackling walls and choosing millionaires to sell them art when I was working for galleries, I began to become initiated into this sort of hidden logic of the way this strategic snobbery works to keep people out. And you're right, it's everything from where you put a gallery. A lot of these galleries are located less like stores than speakeasies, up a flight of stairs in a building that could just as easily house apartments with maybe, a business card-sized plaque outside that probably omits helpful words like art or gallery. They discuss this art in this made-up language of art speak, where, the bigger the words, the better. And then, of course, there's, this, while you're judging the art, the gallerist is judging you. And so, galleries, which is art speak for stores, often don't post their prices, and so to find out what things cost, right, you're going to have to ask someone who will tell you, but probably only after you take a schmo detector test. And so, they want to know, how did you make your money? What do you do for a living? What else do you own? And, this works to do a number of things. I think part of it is building mystique. Part of it also works to concentrate power in the hands of gatekeepers. Part of it also keeps the art world this exclusive purview of the elite few and this sort of self-anointed few.
Do you like it after you came out?
I think that, to me, ultimately, look, I think, like any industry, the art world has its problems, but I think of the book as a love story, and when I write, I'm a nonfiction writer. I don't know where these things will end, but it wasn't really until I started working as a studio assistant to up-and-coming artists that my whole relationship with art changed. I feel like I finally learned how to develop my eye, to see it, to cut through the sort of the swirl of context and social capital that often surrounds art.
Were starving artists nicer than accomplished artists?
No, I think artists are part of this sort of rebel alliance that believes that art, even cutting-edge art, is for everyone, that it isn't a luxury, it's a necessity, and that everything that you need to have a meaningful experience of art is right in front of you. But yeah, no, I think...
I mean, were they nicer to you?
I was lucky. I ended up finding people who were very, very nice to me and regardless, even when people were showing me tough love, I learned so much, even when, I had someone telling me that I needed a makeover, right? That I needed, severe haircut, no jewelry, right? That I wasn't the coolest cat in the art world, so I was bringing down his coolness. That is a way. I mean, unfortunately, if you want to sort of become in parts of the art world to get inside, you have to behave like an insider, and I'm not endorsing that, but...
It's like the devil paints Prada, right? It's like your version of it. It's really crazy. It's interesting, though.
Do you think that somebody can actually be taught what to appreciate when it comes to this stuff versus being born with it, as some people who you quote in the book say?
Yeah, I don't think it's even being taught to. I think it's, learning yourself, if that makes sense. I think there's a difference, right? So one thing that really stuck with me was that these artists that I was meeting and these art fiends, they pitied me. They said I lacked visual literacy, which they said was basically a liability in an age so saturated with images. And I needed to develop my eye. And eye, in this sense, is this kind of cultivated outlook that enables you to see a lot that doesn't meet the eye. Like who's going to be the next Picasso, or what's transcendent about a sculpture of limp vegetables on a stained mattress. And what I really found is that artists, it was working in their studios where I began to understand how to savor art like an artist. It meant slowing down, examining the physical form, paying attention to the decisions that an artist made. I think that oftentimes I was really surprised by how many art experts spent surprisingly little time discussing the merits of artworks themselves. Instead, they asked, who else? Where did this artist go to school? Who else has shown this artist? Who are they sleeping with? You know, all these questions that refer to the so-called context, the social capital, informed people's opinion of a work. But going back to developing your eye, I mean, that's something that starts with you. It's developing your own taste. And I think, you know, again, it means slowing down, looking at a lot of work, going beyond masterpieces and seeing surprising, unexpected work in basements, in art schools.
It's kind of cool, right? Like kind of the world of discovery. I mean, it's just kind of very cool.
And everything changes.
And it's not a world that we all get a kind of snapshot into at all, right? Or get to peek into.
Right. Well, because oftentimes they'd prefer you wouldn't.
That's fair.
So do you feel our world needs to become more accessible?
Absolutely. Yeah. I mean, I think on so many different levels. You know, I think that there's this sort of myth of the scarcity of genius that pervades in the art world. And I think that contributes to the system where, you know, it's a winner-take-all model. You have a small number of names, you know, that get traded back and forth for ever-increasing sums of money. And in my opinion, genius is not in short supply. Beauty is not in short supply. And beauty, by the way, is not as bad. You know, I think it's, for a lot of people in the art world, it's their sworn enemy. But I came to think that, you know, there's the process by which an artist, I was very interested in how does art go from being the germ of an idea in someone's studio to this masterpiece we ooh and ah over at a museum. Because I think all the decisions that shape an artwork are the decisions that also shape us.
Get the Picture is the book, a mind-bending journey among the inspired artists and obsessive art fiends who taught me how to see. Bianca Bosker, a journalist and author, joining us.
All right, right now we're going to head over to Nancy Lyons for a check and update on World and National News. Nancy, take it away.
Thanks, Carol. Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu does not like a ceasefire proposal offered by Hamas, saying surrendering to the, quote, delusional demands of Hamas not only will not lead to the release of hostages, it will only invite another massacre. Secretary of State Antony Blinken, who is in the region, is giving a far more positive outlook on the possibility of a ceasefire deal.
While there are some clear non-starters in Hamas's response, we do think it creates space for agreement to be reached. And we will work at that relentlessly until we get there.
Blinken has been hoping to broker some sort of truce. U.S. Central Command says forces conducted a unilateral strike in Iraq in response to the attacks on U.S. service members, and the attack resulted in the death of a Kataib Hezbollah commander who was responsible for planning the attack that killed 3 Americans in the region. A missing Marine helicopter has been found in California, but 5 Marines remain unaccounted for. The 3rd Marine Aircraft Wing says the helicopter was found in Pine Valley, just over 40 miles east of San Diego. California Fire Captain Mike Cornett told NBC7, a local station there, that it's tough to make it to the scene.
A remote area of the Cleveland National Forest. There's rugged terrain out here. There's lots of rocks. There's truck trails that go through the area, but the mud and the snow, it can become treacherous to travel.
The helicopter was being used in a training flight. The votes were not there in the Senate this afternoon to advance a $118 billion bipartisan border bill that includes aid to Ukraine and Israel. Now the Senate is taking up the package for the foreign aid without the border provisions. Global news 24 hours a day, whenever you want it, with Bloomberg News Now. I'm Nancy Lyons. This is Bloomberg.
Bloomberg World Headquarters. I'm Charlie Pellet. 4:40 now on Wall Street. We're keeping an eye on Walt Disney shares after hours. Disney now up by 7.6%. Disney reported better than expected earnings for its fiscal second quarter and issued an upbeat profit outlook for the year, citing cost-cutting benefits and the strong performance of its international theme parks. Again, after hours, Disney now up by about 7.5%. It was an up day for stocks with the Dow, the S&P, and NASDAQ all advancing today. S&P ended the session at 49.95, up 40 points, a gain today of 0.8%. It did get as high as 49.99.98, so close to S&P 5,000. But does S&P 5,000 really matter at all? We had that question asked of Larry Pitkowski, managing partner at Good Haven Capital Management, right here on Bloomberg Business Week.
That kind of thing does not matter to us here at Good Haven. We do, of course, pay attention to the overall level of the market in relation to future earnings, just as a guidepost for how overvalued or undervalued things might be in a big picture sense.
And again, you can hear more of the conversation on the Bloomberg Business Week podcast. You can download it wherever you get your podcasts. Again, Disney, worth repeating after hours, up now by 7.3%. S&P up 40, up 0.8%. The Dow up 156, up 0.4. NASDAQ today up 147, a gain there of 1%. 10-year 4.11%, 2-year 4.42%. Gold down $2 the ounce, little change, $20.34 the ounce. And West Texas Intermediate crude up 1%, 74.07 a barrel. So again, recapping, stocks higher. S&P ends the day at 49.95. I'm Charlie Pellet. That is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
All right, Charlie, thank you so much. Charlie mentioned some of the earnings, including Disney. Just want to point out that shares of ARM Holding, they're up almost 26% here, soaring after expansion to new markets, really buoying its forecast. And it's showing that this company is pushed beyond smartphones, Tim, definitely helping fuel growth and profitability. So off and running in the aftermarket.
Yeah, we're going to have more on ARM in just a few minutes. In the meantime, let's get back to Bianca Bosco. She's got her new book out. Came out yesterday. It's called Get the Picture, a mind-bending journey among the inspired artists and obsessive art fiends who taught me how to see. In the book, she goes to A-list parties with billionaires. She works as a gallery assistant, a museum security guard. You participated in art.
Wait. I want to know that. Go ahead.
She kind of, I don't know if it was during a break that you said it, but you can talk about it. It's do the safe for work version.
Yeah, right.
Of what you did for the book.
I let a nearly naked stranger sit on my face in the name of art.
Was it artistic?
It was artistic. It was fascinating. It was, this performance artist, Mandy Allfire, who, similar to me, has a very immersive process. And so she has, an incredibly impressive resume. When I met her, she had been spending a number of years doing a performance as a butt influencer on Instagram.
I love it.
And so...
Gotta love America, man.
But, she had hundreds of thousands of followers, and she, at a gallery, hosted this live face-sitting where she invited her fans to come and be sat on until they couldn't take it anymore. And somehow I ended up participating. But, really, it was, to me, her work just stuck with me because it raised so many questions about what is art, right? How do we recognize it? What is good art? And so I ended up actually working as her assistant and spending a lot of time with her tackling these really thorny questions.
I agree. Anytime you walk through a modern museum, and sometimes I'm like, kind of love that chair just sitting in the middle of the room doing nothing. Or sometimes I'm like, yes. Or sometimes I'm like I think about 60 Minutes for years has done pieces of like, that's art.
Right.
Like it's interesting.
Or
but sometimes you sit there and you're like, I kind of get it. Like it's interesting.
But there's the other side of that, which especially I think with someone like Cy Twombly, for example, right? Like the whole classic. Okay, that looks like a sketch that my kid just did.
Right.
To you, does it look like that?
Right. It depends. I think there's certain Cy Twomblys that still do, but there's, I think that, to me, I came to think that art is sort of this handshake between it's you as a viewer also kind of agreeing to pick up what an artist is putting down. But I also think, this experience completely changed where I see art. And Mandy, this artist as well. I mean, she argues that someone like Kim Kardashian is an artist. And we can have a longer conversation about that. But, nonetheless, I think that for me, this was a journey to develop my eye. And that, it started with a real curiosity for seeing more in art. But I see the whole world differently now. And I think that, art, it's interesting. Like there's this idea that it is a luxury, but when you look at sort of the way that it's been a part of us for so long, it's, you know, we invented paint before we learned how to heal bloody wounds, and I think that art ultimately, you know, it is this thing that helps us fight the reducing tendencies of our minds.
So what did you like better? Getting a peek into the art industry or the wine tasting industry or the wine industry?
It's so hard to compare. It's like asking to pick a favorite child, you know?
Yeah.
But I would say that the art world has really, you know, it transforms the way, it's just transformed the way I walk down the street. One of my favorite things about going to a museum is actually when I leave and I start seeing art everywhere. I see art, you know, in a hot dog cart, right? It's like, and I think that's this way that art helps our minds jump the curb. It introduces this glitch that is a gift, that helps us break out of our well-worn pathways.
Which is kind of a good thing in this environment because sometimes we need to do it because the world is stressful.
Yeah, absolutely.
Bianca, thank you so much.
Thank you so much for having me.
The new book is Get the Picture, a mind-bending journey among the inspired artists and obsessive art fiends who taught me how to see. Bianca Bosker in our Bloomberg Interactive Broker studio.
All right, folks, speaking of stress, we're trying to keep up with the earnings. ARM Holdings shares up 29% in the aftermarket. Let's go to it with Bloomberg News U.S. semiconductor and networking reporter Ian King on the phone in San Francisco. I know you got a lot on your plate here, but Ian, why is this up so much?
The company has delivered basically on what it said it was going to do and reversed all of those metrics, which kind of disappointed people 3 months ago. This is a company whose CEO said, look, we're making ourselves into something different, something more profound, something more profitable for it.
Yeah.
And all of the numbers point in that direction.
It's incredible to me to see a beat and a raise like this, and then also analysts and not seeing it ahead of time, given the excitement that we've seen within the sector over the last few months. Ian, were people sleeping on ARM?
Yes and no. I mean, it gave, you know, it was disappointing 3 months ago in its first release since doing an IPO. But what's really happening here is there's kind of a change in the way you look at this company. Traditionally, it's always been, well, how many phones get sold? Okay, that determines how much it's going to get paid in the way of royalties. What the CEO is arguing, and these numbers would seem to indicate that he's proving it out, is that no, look, we're in so many more things these days. We're in high-end servers, we're in all kinds of stuff. And not only are we in more things, but the value of what we're selling into everything is going up. That royalty per device, content per device is actually on the increase as well. So you've got a dual argument of the kind of secular growth plus more profitability. And again, you know, those numbers would seem to back that up.
Ian, I always ask you when we are focusing on one particular player within the semiconductor universe, as you write in this story, that ARM has got this unusual role in the semi industry, licenses the fundamental set of instructions that software uses to communicate with chips, which is why I like your stories, because I learn something all the time. We talked earlier in the week with you about the world's chip industry poised to bounce back after tough 2023. What does ARM, is there something we can extrapolate off of from ARM about the broader chip industry?
I think that the argument from ARM's management is kind of almost the reverse in a way. It's like, look, don't care how many phones get sold, don't care how many servers get sold. The use of our technology is growing. The use of the demand for sort of high performance computing is increasing. So but basically what they're saying is like, hey, change your thinking. Don't look at us as being dependent on sort of every boat floating. What's happening is something a bit more profound and a bit more secular, I think, is their argument.
All right, so appreciate it. I know you got to run. Hey, Ian, thank you so much for jumping on the phone. He is the king.
He's the king.
When anything ever happens in the semi space, I'm like, can you get Ian on the phone? All right, Bloomberg News U.S. semiconductor and networking reporter Ian King. Check out all of his reporting at Bloomberg.com on the Bloomberg terminal. You can also find it on X.
Shares ARM now up 29%, Carol. It's pretty remarkable to see.
Yeah.
What's happened in such a short time. Remember, this is a company that went public just a few months ago. This is his second report as a publicly held company.
Yeah, but he's just talking about like kind of, you know, changing the product mix or the focus, and it pays off. Hey, speaking of paying off when it comes to some of the turnaround issues at Disney, investors like it. The stock's up about 7.5% here in the aftermarket. This as the company earnings, top views, cost cuts, parks. Shares are moving up. Check it all out at Bloomberg.com. This is Bloomberg Radio.
your company news headlines on Bloomberg Radio.
From Bloomberg World Headquarters, I'm Charlie Pellet. We are keeping an eye on shares of ARM Holdings after all. That stock right now is surging by 43%. ARM, we were just talking about it, delivered a strong earnings forecast for the current period and boosted its full-year outlook, signaling that the chip designers' push beyond smartphones is helping fuel growth and profitability. Again, after hours, right now we have got shares of ARM Holdings surging by 40% after hours. Keeping an eye on shares of the Walt Disney Company today. We had Disney reporting better than expected earnings for its fiscal first quarter, and it issued an upbeat profit outlook for the year, citing cost cutting and also the strength of performance of its international theme parks. A beat and raise at Uber. Uber reported gross bookings that beat analyst estimates, showing strong global demand for rides and food delivery during the holiday period. Earlier today, Bloomberg Radio spoke with CEO Dara Khosrowshahi, who had this to say about the quarter.
Well, our trip growth was super strong, right? We grew trips 24% on a year-on-year basis on a base of 2.6 billion trips. So, as you get larger, it gets tougher to have that kind of growth.
Today we had shares of Snap Inc., parent of Snapchat, plunging by 34% after it reported lower than projected revenue over the peak holiday season, disappointing investors just a week after much larger rival Meta Platforms posted its best sales growth in 2 years. And PayPal said it expects earnings to be flat this year as the financial technology company continues to work on cutting costs and the streamlining of businesses. And those are our top company stories at this hour. I'm Charlie Pellet. This is Bloomberg.
This is Bloomberg Business Week with Carol Messer and Tim Stenevec on Bloomberg Radio.
What is that noise, Carol?
That's how I feel.
Well, it's been a whirlwind.
Look at this. ARM is up 36% in the aftermarket.
It's going to be a record tomorrow when it opens.
Yeah.
You know who's with us right now?
Doug Krisner.
Doug Krisner from Bloomberg Daybreak Asia. 8 p.m. tonight, you and Brian Curtis.
Yep.
Disney earnings, ARM earnings. What's on your radar?
Disney and ARM, definitely. And Alibaba, I don't know if you saw that. The revenue was a bit of a miss. And we were talking to one of our BI analysts. They have posted very strong results, I think, for 3 straight quarters, but this was a bit of a shortfall. And then we got a little bit of a stock buyback boost, right? 25 billion additional in terms of a stock
Didn't do
buyback
enough for
plan.
investors.
No, but the ADRs were down about 6%
They got
today.
beat up big time.
So you got to put that in the context of context changes everything of the greater, China story.
Why do you think, in a time when good quarters and stock buybacks do move the stock higher, why do you think Baba was immune to that today?
I think it's a momentum, a question over revenue momentum. When you get this kind of, the headwinds that the greater China economy is facing right now.
Right.
And you got to be wondering about the strength of the consumer. We may learn a little bit more in the coming week. The Lunar New Year holiday begins on Friday, U.S. Friday, so that New Year's Eve would be, I think, tomorrow night. So the expectation here is we may see a decent participation on the part of the Chinese consumer, but I don't think anybody's expecting very strong results. A lot of domestic travel within China, maybe a few people deciding to go to places like Japan for the Lunar New Year holiday. But I think overall spending is expected to be a little subdued. And when you talk about something where Baba's big problem here was the e-commerce business. It's not the cloud stuff. It's the consumer-facing business. So with a question that's over the Chinese economy right now, this is not really that much of a surprise, I don't think.
Yeah, no, I agree. But definitely down a lot. Disney, I don't know. What do you think about Disney?
What do you make of this?
Well, I think it's that it was able to come out with an upbeat outlook, I think was significant. And I think the feeling is Bob Iger, who came back to the company, has been doing a bit of a turnaround at the company.
Subscribers were disappointing, right?
Well, but we talked to Geeta Ranganathan. I'm looking for some BI analysis. She said, what was it? Average revenue per user was so important. She said there was expectations that maybe the subscriber numbers would be down as prices for the service have maybe gone up, so that you want to know what each individual, what
If
they're
the
making on each
expectations were
individual
there,
subscriber.
then the view of the average analyst estimate should have been lower to reflect that, right? And they still missed.
I guess.
I think, though,
Investors aren't upset.
Yeah, the company did also boost its cash dividend 50 cents and said it targets $3 billion.
And they're cutting
stock
costs
buyback.
big
They are
time.
cutting cost.
And Bob Iger was talking, I think, on CNBC. Fair, props to a competitor, but talking about costs of $7.5 billion. I think that he's talking may top $7.5 billion.
Everybody saw the year of
cost cuts.
efficiency from Meta Platforms, and they
Yeah.
want to lay people off.
Well, I think everyone. I mean, we've got last count 32,000 tech workers kind of in the Silicon Valley area that have been let go. So I think a lot of companies, whether it's Meta, a few firms, Amazon too, right? They've been letting go of workers. So it's very much, cost conscious right now. But one thing I'm curious, you mentioned your conversation with Geeta. Did she talk about this sports streaming channel?
Yeah, we talked a lot.
What did she say about that?
She said, it's interesting because you saw
where's my notes?
Comcast and Charter fall today. I asked her if this was the beginning of the end of cable, and she said, I think it's the beginning of the end of the pay TV bundle.
She also said, good first step for big media to band together and not compete with one another because the cost of securing sports rights, it's so expensive.
So when you've got a cartel like this,
Correct. That's exactly what I thought of too.
Do you have muscle in trying to negotiate? Right, a little
Maybe,
bit.
but you're negotiating against Amazon and Apple.
NBA 2020,
Talk about companies that have more
2025,
cash
that's
than
the end of that
you know.
season. They've got a
Yeah,
new...
but there's a point at which the market is going to say you're overpaying.
All right.
Yeah,
right?
True.
Don't you think?
This is good stuff. This is why we love.
If less people are competing,
This is
we
why we
need
love
more
Chris.
time with Doug. Hey, listen, have a good evening. Balance of Power starts right now.
From the world of politics to the world of business, this is Balance of Power. Live from Washington, D.C.
From Bloomberg's Washington, D.C. studios to our TV and radio audiences worldwide, welcome to Balance of Power. Alongside Joe Matthew, I'm Kaylee Lyons.
The bipartisan border bill fails a procedural vote in the Senate as expected. Lawmakers in the chamber now planning to move ahead on a Plan B that does not include the border, while House Republicans pick up the pieces after 2 failed votes yesterday.
We'll speak with senators from both sides of the aisle. Democratic Senator Michael Bennet of Colorado and Republican Senator Bill Hagerty of Tennessee will be with us.
They'll also weigh in on breaking news. Just in the past hour, the U.S. conducting an airstrike in Iraq that killed the commander of an Iran-backed militia called responsible for planning attacks against American forces in the region. This just emerging now, Kaylee, as so many folks have asked, what is next? But it's the border or the failure to pass a border bill that's really rocking the Capitol today.
Absolutely has rocked the Capitol for several days now. And of course, it seems that what the Senate may be moving forward with will not include the border at all, but some other supplemental funding measures for issues like Israel and what's happening in the Middle East, as well as Ukraine. But we've seen time and again that this is an uphill battle for both chambers, Joe.
That's right. And we're looking right now at a live view of the Senate, a live view of the floor, which is pretty quiet at the moment, having had that earlier failed vote on the procedural vote on this border deal. Kaylee, they spent so much time negotiating, said to be dead on arrival in the House, and I guess the same could be said for the Senate. Plan B would bring funding for Ukraine, for Israel, for Taiwan without the attached border. And that's where we start our conversation with Democratic Senator Michael Bennet of Colorado. It's good to see you, Senator. A lot happening in your chamber as we're trying to describe today. Is this new standalone bill that Chuck Schumer is bringing to the floor something that can pass? Does it have the votes?
Well, I think it can pass. We don't know whether it has the votes, Joe. We're going to have to put it on the floor, and the Senate is going to work its will. This is one of those moments in American history when we literally can't predict the vote. And at least in my view, this is one of the most consequential votes every member of the Senate is going to take, because the future of Western democracy, I think, depends on it. The Ukrainian people have fought bravely for the last 2 years. They have shocked the world in what they've been able to do against Putin's illegal invasion of their country. They've They've taken back half the territory. They fought battle after battle after battle. It's been extraordinary. And now the question falls to our country whether we're going to support them in that battle, whether we're going to join the European nations who recognize the threat that Putin is to them, and whether we're going to acknowledge the important role the United States has to provide in leadership. I hope the answer, Joe and Kayleigh, is not just that we will support this, but that there will be a very large vote in the Senate so we can send a message to the House of Representatives that we're out of time, that this is a moment when America's resolve is being tested by tyrants, and that America has to show once-in-a-lifetime leadership here.
But the Speaker of the House, Senator, has been warned that if he puts anything that would give more aid to Ukraine on the floor, he would face a motion to vacate. Given everything you just said, the importance you think there is of getting this aid through, would you encourage your colleagues, Democratic colleagues in the House, to offer to protect the Speaker to make this happen?
I wouldn't say I wouldn't give advice to the House members. I can tell you that I certainly believe that somebody who is able to put together a bipartisan vote that continued to allow the funding for Ukraine should be worthy of being the Speaker of the House. That's my view. I mean, I have been holding up budgets around here. I've been holding up everything I can hold up around here when we've been passing things that have not included the Ukraine aid. I think this is a moment when people look, there's not a reason for us to be here, any of us to be here, if we can't get this aid passed. And that's how I believe it. And I don't know whether the Speaker is going to see it the same way. I hope he does.
Well, we actually heard earlier today from Florida Senator Rick Scott about the other half of this, Senator. I'm assuming you'd still like to see a deal on the border. It sounds like a lot of Democrats would, maybe more than Republicans in your chamber at this point. Here's what the senator from Florida had to say. We'll have you respond.
Why don't we go back and secure the border with the existing law? I mean, we have a lawless president. It doesn't matter what bill we pass. He's not going to enforce it. So why doesn't, Joe Biden do his job?
What's your view on that, Senator? Because that's become the refrain the last couple of weeks with a lot of Republican lawmakers who say we don't actually need a bill. The president can do it all on his own.
I know, Joe. Listen, man. This was a bill about Ukraine and a bill about Israel and a bill about Taiwan. That's what this bill was about. The Republicans in the Senate said, we will not pass a bill unless you guys do something serious about the border. Because obviously the implication of that was we had to pass a law in order to do something serious about the border. And I think what shocked them was that Joe Biden came a very long way in that negotiation, urged, among other people, by me. I have stood up over and over again. I said, I thought the Biden administration was wrong to lift Title 42. I've brought to their attention over and over that I felt that our border was broken. And we got to a bipartisan agreement, and then they walked away. I mean, the American people are going to have to make their own assessment about this. But just to connect your observation and Kayleigh's observation about the Speaker, I was part of the Gang of Eight who wrote the Comprehensive Immigration Bill in 2013. It got 68 votes in the Senate. It went over to the House. It died. John Boehner, a guy I have a lot of respect for, who was the Republican Speaker at the time, said the worst mistake he ever made as Speaker was not putting that bill on the floor and letting the House work its will. So the point is, sometimes things are more important than a politician's job. Sometimes the American people have a real, expectation that's more than that just we're going to point fingers. But that we're actually, when we say we're going to solve something on the border, we're going to solve something on the border. And we're going to say we're going to help protect democracy for our kids and for our grandkids and provide American leadership that they actually mean it and that we actually believe it. This is one of those moments, I think.
Well, we'll see if this indeed does reach the House floor. There's other legislation that already not only reached the floor, but actually passed with a major bipartisan majority in the House, this bipartisan tax deal that in part would expand the child tax credit. What is the fate of that legislation going to be in the Senate? Can it pass without serious amending?
It got a massive vote in the House, and it should pass in the Senate. I don't think it needs to be amended. I think it's a good piece of legislation. I ran a virtually completely unnoticed campaign for president on the idea that we could cut childhood poverty in this country by half by increasing the child tax credit. And while it doesn't go as far as I would want, it makes substantial progress. And as you said, it's bipartisan, which that has to be a relief to the American people. I hope we get a big bipartisan vote in the Senate on Ukraine. I really do. It would be good for our standing in the world.
Senator Bennett, there's been another airstrike. This just something we've learned about in the past hour or so. You've probably known about it for longer from your perch on the Intelligence Committee.
Yeah.
The U.S. conducted an airstrike that killed the commander of an Iran-backed militia in Iraq is where this happened. Central Command has confirmed this, saying that this person, not named, was responsible for directly planning and participating in attacks on U.S. forces in the region. What else do you know about it? What are you hearing?
Well, what I know is we should expect more and more and more out of this, out of Iran and their proxies, and it's going to be and it's going to be very important for us to act in a way that deters the Iranians and makes and make sure that this dispute, this war that is happening between Israel and Gaza and Hamas, is not something that's going to spill out into the broader region. And every single day, Iran's proxies are testing us and testing us and testing us, and they need to know that we are going to respond to that and that we are paying attention to what they're doing. So this is not something that you can deter in one day or even 1 week, or I would say even 1 month. We have to be vigilant about this day after day after day, and I think that's what you're seeing today.
Well, but as you see these proxy groups continuing to conduct attacks in the Red Sea and against U.S. forces, is there any real sign that things are improving, that deterrence efforts are even starting to work, even if they haven't worked entirely? What does the intelligence suggest?
I would not say things are improving. I'd say this is a very dangerous moment in the Middle East. I'd say that the Iranians' proxies are trying to decide how to gain the most advantage in this war as they can. And as I said, we're going to have to be vigilant. And in my view, we've got to get to a place where we can begin to figure out how to have a negotiation about a two-state solution between Israel and the Palestinian people that can begin to create some order in this part of the world. That's not going to happen today or tomorrow, but I think that the United States of America can't take our eye off that goal. And in the meantime, we've got to make sure that we don't allow this to escalate into a wider war.
If these strikes continue, if these attacks continue and the tit for tat goes on without seeing improvement here, Senator, would you support strikes directly against Iran?
Well, I don't want to state any hypothetical. What I would say to you is that I expect that this will continue, that Iran and their proxies will continue to test us and continue to test us, and we're going to have to make a judgment. The president's going to have to make a judgment every single day about what the correct deterrence is and how to push back. That's an assessment that they literally have to make every day, every hour, every day. That's what we're going to continue to have to do.
All right, Senator, thank you so much for joining us this evening.
So
Is Democratic Senator Michael Bennett of Colorado. We appreciate your time, sir. Now, coming up, we'll hear from the other side of the aisle in the Senate. Republican Senator Bill Hagerty of Tennessee will be with us next. This is Balance of Power on Bloomberg TV and radio. This is Balance of Power on Bloomberg TV and radio. We're joined now by Senator Bill Hagerty, the Republican from Tennessee, who's with us this evening from Capitol Hill. Senator, as always, great to see you. Thank you for joining Bloomberg. We were just speaking with one of your Democratic colleagues, the senator from Colorado, Michael Bennet, who was speaking about what he sees as the utmost importance of passing aid to Ukraine. It seems the Senate is now going to have a chance, after voting down the deal that included border security, to vote on a package that does not include border security, but Ukraine and Israel aid, funding for Taiwan in there as well. Can this pass if it couldn't pass with the border attached?
I think it's going to be very difficult. The reason the piece with the border in it didn't pass was because there are significant problems and challenges with the border bill as it was drafted. If you look at it from a 50,000-foot level, what the bill does, on the border at least, is offer over $20 billion more dollars, new dollars, and new authorities to an administration that hasn't enforced the law. What it does is it actually codifies some of the things that have been going on here in terms of catch and release. Uses Orwellian terms like non-custodial detention. I'm sure when you were a kid, you wouldn't want to go to a detention hall with no custodian. I mean, things like this need to be
troops finding themselves in danger in the Middle East as we continue to see the conducting of attacks from Iranian proxies. We did get news within the last hour or so that there has been a strike conducted by the U.S. in Iraq that has killed a commander of the Iran-backed militia that the U.S. says is responsible for planning some of these attacks. What is the farthest step that the Biden administration should take here? Should we be attacking Iran directly, striking them at home, or would that escalate things in the region and put troops in even greater danger?
Again, let's take a step back. What we've done is we've been extraordinarily inconsistent in dealing with Iran and its proxies. You've got a military presence there. You just cited the most recent military action. That should be a deterrent, but it will not work if our diplomatic posture and our economic posture are not consistent. In fact, what we're doing is we have failed to enforce the sanctions on Iran that would have stopped the flow of funds to that nation. What they've been able to do since Joe Biden came into office is they've unleashed the flow of illicit oil sales. I worked in the previous administration. I was U.S. ambassador to Japan. One of my jobs was to get the Japanese to stop buying Iranian crude oil. We did that. We put maximum pressure on Iran. What happened? Their reserves came down to below $8 billion. Now they're well over $100 billion because the money began to flow immediately when the Bidens came into office.
So what would you do now, Senator? What would Bill Hagerty do?
I would put the harshest economic sanctions in place right now. I would make it very clear that Iranian oil sales are no more. I would use every sanction in the book and make our economic sanctions line up with our military posture. I would make our diplomatic speak very clear as well that we will not tolerate this. And as you see military action, we should not be taking anything off the table. Instead, this administration telegraphs, hours and days ahead that they're going to strike back. They're going to say that we don't want to escalate anything with Iran. Well, guess what? You take escalation off the table, you take a big tool of deterrence off the table. We need to come back to a strong diplomatic, economic, and military position to deal with Iran. It needs to be consistent.
Do you believe, sir, then that economic sanctions on Iran will actually cause Iranian proxies who say they do not actually take directives from Tehran itself to cease all of their behavior? How strong do you think the link really is that just going after Iran economically would translate to changes in military-esque behavior?
Well, under President Trump, it certainly did work, because by 2019, 2020, it was widely reported that Hamas and Hezbollah were broke. What that message would send to Iran, you know that this is Iranian funding going there. You know this is Iranian technology and Iranian know-how behind the Houthis, behind Hezbollah, behind Hamas. It would send a very strong message. And Iran, I know they say that they don't control these proxies, but I think you know the truth of the matter. They absolutely do.
And Senator, finally, obviously, we've been asking you these questions as a member of the Foreign Relations Committee. You are also a member of the Senate Banking Committee, and tomorrow you will have the chance to question Treasury Secretary Janet Yellen. She was before the House Financial Services Committee yesterday and was asked about what we're seeing with NYCB and commercial real estate challenges that some of these banks are facing. NYCB, of course, the poster child right now. To what degree are you concerned about that, and do you think the Treasury Secretary's answers on this issue specifically yesterday were adequate?
I think there's a lot to be concerned about here. You're talking about the bank that acquired Signature Bank's assets. That bank is highly concentrated in New York. The commercial real estate portfolio there has a lot of office space that is not being fully utilized right now. I think you've got to look at this on a state-by-state, region-by-region basis to understand what the risk looks like, but I'd very much like to know how she's thinking about it, how regulators are thinking about it, because it is a matter of concern. Also, the debt issuance that's underway. We're issuing a record amount of debt right now. Record amounts of debt right now. I'd like to know how she's thinking about managing Treasury auctions going forward as well. It should be an interesting day tomorrow with the Secretary.
Yeah. Senator, when should the Fed start cutting?
That's the question of the hour. I think when they should start cutting is when the numbers tell them to do so. The Fed has said it's data-driven and needs to stick to that and not respond to political pressure. And I think you know this. The Fed is getting a tremendous amount of political pressure right now from the other side of the aisle. Letters come from Sherrod Brown, from Elizabeth Warren, trying to press them to go ahead and start cutting rates right now. They want to see the economy shift into high gear coming into the election. The Fed should not succumb to political pressure. The Fed should remain data-driven and maintain its reputation in the process.
Appreciate it, Senator. Bill Hagerty, it's great to have you back.
Always good to be with you.
On Bloomberg, sir. For reaction now to what we just heard from both senators today, a D and an R, we turn to Bloomberg Government's Jonathan Tamari, who's been on Capitol Hill for the balance of the day. Jonathan, thanks for being with us multiple times in your coverage throughout the day here. This has been a wild 24 hours. As Kayleigh was describing, we saw this border closure vote fail. Now we're going to Plan B. I couldn't tell, and I don't know about you, Kayleigh, the senator's obviously not voting for it. I couldn't tell if he expected it to pass. Do you?
The border bill?
Yeah. No, this
the no border bill.
The Plan B
Plan
for
B.
funding Ukraine, Israel, Taiwan with no border.
Yeah, I think Democrats expect that this will be able to get Republican votes to pass the Senate. But right now, as I left the Hill just about an hour ago, there were a lot of negotiations going on. There was talks internally among Republicans about what they might ask for. A number of them want to have amendment votes where they can put some border proposals forward and force people to go on the record about those things. And Democrats were going to have to then negotiate with them. Once Republicans settle their disagreement, then negotiate with Democrats about what kind of amendments they would have. But I think the Democrats think this has a path to get there, that there will be enough Republicans that support this bill. The big question will be on the House side, where it's much more of a wild card even.
Well, we know that the Senate Minority Leader, Mitch McConnell, very much does support aid for Ukraine, yet things haven't exactly gone his way within his conference in the last several days. Have we learned that he no longer actually has the power to whip his Republicans into shape and to vote for something like this?
Certainly not like it was in the past, and he's not the only one, right? We saw the Wall Street Journal editorial board, the U.S. Chamber of Commerce, all endorsing this border and foreign aid bill, and didn't get the job done. you know, a lot of the Republican Party is moving in another direction. We've seen that for some time now, starting with the Tea Party, accelerated by Donald Trump. And Trump has really reshaped the party to be a party that is combative, that is disinclined to compromise, and you know, really favors clashes over compromises.
I want to ask you about something else that happened today that was actually, well, I should say in the last 24 hours. It's all blurring together now.
Yes.
An attempted impeachment for the first time in 150 years almost of a cabinet official. That's Alejandro Mayorkas, the Homeland Security Secretary. It failed with some drama as Al Green came in from his hospital bed, wheeled in scrubs to vote to essentially save the secretary. Though we did hear from Speaker Mike Johnson today that they're coming back around when there's full attendance, and they do plan to try to impeach him again. We heard from Alejandro Mayorkas. The secretary was in Las Vegas for a Super Bowl-related event earlier today.
The allegations are baseless, and I'm focused on the work, which was what brings me to Las Vegas today.
Republicans have indicated they may hold another vote, and they might have the numbers at that point to impeach you. If that happened, would you consider stepping aside?
No, I would not.
So he's keeping that job, right? Even if the House does come back and impeach him, that wouldn't go through the Senate.
Right. Senator Schumer has pretty much dismissed this impeachment. It's unclear if they would even hold a trial. If they did, it would probably be very short. So it's likely that Republicans could impeach him. But as you said, I mean, even we thought that was likely to happen last night, and that imploded. So very unpredictable. As much as we say Mitch McConnell might not have the grip he once had, Speaker Johnson certainly has not had that in his tenure as the leader of the House.
Yeah, really hard to count the votes, apparently.
Yes.
Is that not just about Speaker Johnson, though, but also potentially Tom Emmer, too?
Yeah, I mean, you have to look at the entire Republican leadership when you have two things that are supposed to be major political statements, and they both fall flat on their face on the same night.
Back to back.
Yes.
Why go through with the second vote? That is a question I think a lot of us have had in the last
Yes.
24 hours. Thank you for your wonderful reporting on that, as always. Bloomberg Government's Jonathan Tamari. Now coming up, Bloomberg's exclusive interview with the new CEO of Carlyle Group, Harvey Schwartz. We'll have more on what he thinks the 2024 election means for markets, and the answer may be actually not all that much. So stay tuned for that conversation. This is Balance of Power on Bloomberg TV and radio.
we should be rooting for 5 or 8 rate cuts. I think that would suggest an environment that actually requires a lot of attention from the Fed. We would expect the base case to be 2 or 3 cuts. The Fed, we expect to be very data sensitive. We're watching this closely also. But again, my crystal ball may be as good as yours. So we'll see what happens.
That was Carlyle Group CEO Harvey Schwartz in an exclusive interview with Bloomberg's Sonali Basak on the Fed's efforts in taming inflation. That interview conducted this morning in Washington, D.C., and Sonali is still here with us on set for more. So, Sonali, it was a very wide-ranging conversation, great interview. What were some of the other highlights for you?
Well, a few things is this kind of sanguine tone he had about the economic environment, right? It's an interesting thing. The wall of worry is large about the economy in an election year. I want you guys to take a listen quickly to what he had to say about what the market would do in the event of uncertain elections.
I think the S&P 500 has gone through 23 election cycles. In 23 election cycles, roughly 80+% of the time, Democrat, Republican, the S&P 500 has gone up. I'd like to see us get through an election cycle, and I'd like to see everyone in Washington really start to come together, because we do have complex problems, and coming together is the way we're going to solve them.
As evidenced by a soaring stock market today, once again, Kaylee. And so for someone like that, remember, Washington is a home base for Carlyle. Carlyle is one of the few large private equity firms of its size that counts Washington as a home base. So they do think about this a lot. In fact, their chief economist used to work in the administration as well. And so that's where that information is coming from. So they're really shaking off worries. Not everyone on Wall Street feels that way. A lot of people are really worried about the policies. But more and more, I'm hearing investors getting more worried about what 2025 looks like rather than what the year looks like alone in the event of a volatile election year.
When we talk about volatility, do you mean election interference? Do you mean violence like we saw on January 6th? Is it all of the above?
It's all of the above, and uncertainty about the candidates themselves. What would happen under a Trump administration versus a Biden administration, part 2, for example? Let me draw out some scenarios. For example, there are a lot of questions about what tariffs would look like.
And 60% plus potentially under a new Trump administration.
There's, of course, that spending question as well, what that looks like versus the tax cuts. You even have prominent Republicans also saying the tax cuts will be needed no matter what, given how large this deficit has become. And so those problems, a lot of investors don't believe will really bake in this year, as evidenced, for example, by the 10-year bond sale that you've seen today going quite smoothly. There was a lot of anxiety by investors about what today's 10-year sale would look like as the Treasury issues more debt. And guess what? It's been pretty smooth, hasn't it? And so even when I raised with Harvey Schwartz the prospect of even a government shutdown, would that worry you? Investors are shaking it off, and they're looking to 2025 as the year when the chickens really come home to roost, because that's when some of these policies would start to settle in.
It's great perspective. You need to come down more often to Washington.
Right? Really like to.
Sonali Basak, of course, star from New York, with us in the Capitol. Thank you, Sonali. Great to see you. 2023 was a big year for organized labor. We spoke with Jennifer Abruzzo, General Counsel for the National Labor Relations Board, a short time ago, and asked her for whether that employee momentum that we saw last year will carry into this one.
What we're seeing is workers feeling more empowered to engage with their employers about their wages and working conditions.
Because they're seeing deals struck successfully.
I think so, but it's not only about unionization, although the whole high-profile organizing drives are certainly helping. I think workers realize we add value to our employers' operations, and we should be respected for that, and we should also make gains ourselves and not only add to the profits of our employers' operations. But we are seeing workers that it may not be about wages, it may be about training opportunities or discrimination in the workplace, or it could be any number of things, but they are elevating their voices now and seeking a seat at the bargaining table. So I think that we're going to see more of that going into 2024.
Well, and of course, 2024 is also significant because it is an election year, and the incumbent president has said that he is the most pro-labor president in U.S. history. How much do you think that workers who may want to unionize, or even you at the NLRB, feel a rush to maybe get that done before November? How much needs to be accomplished in the months in between now and then?
Yeah. So I think for unions and for workers writ large, my statute is all about protecting the right to engage in union activity as well as protected concerted activity, which means improving your work circumstance, whatever it is, flexible scheduling, like the Starbucks workers, for example. It's less about money. It's more about, work-life balance, right? And so I think that we're going to see definitely there'll be a push this year, but our statute has been in existence since 1935. Workers have been unionizing and engaging in other activity, for 90 years now. So regardless of who's in the White House, I think we're going to continue to see workers' momentum. And I would say that this year, of course, it's a big election year and the like, but I think what we're going to continue to see is just solidarity building.
You mentioned Starbucks. I think of Amazon. You've received over 100 complaints from Starbucks alone based on Bloomberg's reporting. Do you worry about the risk surrounding this moment, the stakes here, if these waves of unionization do not take hold? What happens to corporate behavior?
I don't worry about that because A, I think they are going to take hold, and B, we are seeing on the ground. So I'm the prosecutor, and I will say I provide guidance. I don't make the law. The board members actually do that. But even just by issuing my guidance, I see a difference on the ground in terms of employer behavior. So I think that we're going to continue to see better employer behavior. I mean, certainly those that have deeper pockets may want to challenge it more, but I do foresee that. Not only do I foresee, we are actually seeing that we are changing behavior on the ground that is for the betterment of workers.
Speaking of employers, let's talk about one in particular that has been in the news, Dartmouth University. It employs, I'm sure, a number of professors and administrative staff, and now apparently it employs men's basketball players after the NLRB ruled that the Dartmouth men's basketball team can unionize, should hold a union election, that they are employees of Dartmouth University. Is the end road here, the end game, that there is no more an amateur student athlete, that these athletes are not amateurs, they are professionals and they are employed by the universities they play for?
So it's going to come down to case by case. I don't think that and I say players at academic institutions because student athletes has this other connotation, but you got to look on the facts on the ground. A statutory employee is one who performs services for an institution, and that institution controls significant aspects of their working lives. In the Dartmouth case, in the case that we're litigating, the USC case that we're litigating in California, similarly, we found that they were statutory employees because of the amount of control that the institution had over their daily lives. So it may be, and we see it in college basketball, we see it in college football, it may be in other sports as well, but I can't say, I do think there's an issue with amateurism in these profit-making enterprises when it comes to quite a number of sports teams, but I can't say in all situations that every student athlete now is going to be considered a statutory employee. I don't foresee that happening.
That was Jennifer Abruzzo, General Counsel for the National Labor Relations Board, speaking with Joe and I earlier today. And we have more conversations coming up on both Bloomberg Television and radio. The Senate delivered a blow to efforts to impose new border restrictions. The bill is now effectively dead, but it would have been dead in the House anyway. So we'll be joined by our political panel to break all that down next. This is Balance of Power on Bloomberg.
we're governing here. Sometimes it's messy. The framers anticipated that you would have a system where people with very different philosophical viewpoints that come from different parts of the country and different constituencies would have different ideas on how to resolve their problems. But what they also anticipated is that we'd be able to get in a room and arm wrestle over public policy and come to consensus to move the ball forward for the most people. That is what's happening here. You're seeing the messy sausage making, the process of democracy play out.
Program brought to you by the word messy today. That was House Speaker Mike Johnson talking to reporters this morning following the failure last night of the Mayorkas impeachment vote and the standalone Israeli aid bill. They came one after the other, and joining us now, our political panel to help us make sense of all of this, Kristen Hahn of Rock Solutions, Lauren Tomlinson, partner at Steer PR, with us around the table. It's great to see you both here. Lauren, it strikes me that democracy would be a lot less messy if you actually knew you had the votes when you brought these bills to the floor. That was totally preventable yesterday, wasn't it?
It was definitely preventable if he had had a better whip count. And but I think that we have had very good speakers in the past, so maybe our viewpoints on all of this are skewed. Speakers that had very tight controls and very good whip counts. Johnson might be figuring this out a little bit as he goes. He did get the, bipartisan tax reform bill through the House, with a nice moderate majority. So, it's not impossible for him to pass things. But, it was embarrassing that he did these back to back. And I think the messaging part of it mostly, too, if you were trying to make a point on Israel and show that Democrats weren't willing to vote on a clean bill and maybe detract from some of the other negotiations and storylines that were going on, having a failed Mayorkas impeachment, was not going to allow you to take that storyline and run with it.
So it all paints a picture of a speaker that is very much struggling in his relatively still nascent speakership. And we actually asked former Congressman Denver Riggleman, who was a Republican from Virginia earlier today, about Johnson and also his relationship with Donald Trump. Take a listen.
Mike Johnson this is beyond him on a leadership level. If he can't step out and do what's right for the country without having Donald Trump looking over his shoulder, this chaos is going to continue. So there's a rot in the body of Congress, and all that comes from Mar-a-Lago.
So if there is a rot in the body of Congress, as Mr. Riggleman says, and if the speaker isn't actually able to speak about that much, maybe he's more a spokesperson in some senses. If you're believing Mr. Riggleman's argument here, what can he get done? What can this Congress get done at all in this election year?
Nothing if he doesn't work with Democrats. When we talked about the bipartisan tax package, it passed with a healthy, like you said, moderate majority of these people. It's very clear that, he's taking his cues from Mar-a-Lago. He's taking his cues from President Trump. This was a very ambitious package that the president did not want to have happen. And unfortunately, you have a speaker who's putting politics, in front of good policy. And, I think that if he went to Hakeem Jeffries, the Democratic leader, and said, hey, let's figure out how to put together a majority of votes on the floor, both Democrats and Republicans, he could get it done. But until he does that, and until he stops going to the far right and looking to those few people.
Essentially, if he asked nicely, he could have gotten that Israel bill to pass.
I don't think if he asked nicely, but I think if he goes to the Democrats in good faith, I think if you go to them in good faith and say, I need these votes, what would it take to get something done, rather than just say, before he even sees the language in the broader bill, just decide that it's not going to work.
There was drama all around last night, another late night in the House. I thought it was something like out of House of Cards. For a little story time here, the impeachment of Alejandro Mayorkas was about to pass. Republicans had a single vote. And crashing through the door comes Al Green, the Democrat from Texas, wearing scrubs in a wheelchair, rushed to the floor from his hospital bed where he had just had emergency surgery. He cast the tie-breaking vote, or I guess he tied it up, and then that caused Republicans to pull back after. But he was accused of having some kind of a conspiracy here, and I spoke with him a little bit earlier. He was back in his hospital bed on the phone. I asked him about the impeachment of the Homeland Security Secretary. Here's what he said.
I talked to the staff here at the hospital. I talked to the physicians, my surgical team. I talked to the administration. And I had to negotiate with them. I had to sign a document explaining to me the possible harm that could befall me. I did it, and I called Speaker Jeffries. Yes, they were reluctant to do it, I will be candid, because they were concerned about me, and I love them for being concerned. but I had to cast this vote. This is my job.
Took an Uber, apparently, and then right back to the hospital. Okay. He did tell me, though, that when this comes back around, Speaker Johnson has promised that it will, that Mayorkas will be impeached. He used to work for DHS. Is that going to happen?
I mean, I hope not. I think it's bad precedent for them to impeach cabinet secretaries if they disagree with the president's policies. And ultimately, everything that they're talking about, Congress could fix. Right? If Congress actually legislated and authorized, for example, I know one of the issues is that they're upset that the states can't sue and the states can't enforce their own immigration laws. Congress could authorize the states are allowed to do that, right, if they pass legislation. So a lot of what they're complaining about is a difference in policies. It's not Mayorkas's job to do everything and enforce everything that Congress wants. He's enforcing what Biden wants, right? It's part of the executive branch. So if they don't like it, they need to pass new laws and then require him to do so, and then he will have to do it. I think the non-enforcement, you would have to impeach every cabinet secretary at that point, right? Because people aren't enforcing things all the time based on the policy priorities of the president in charge. So, I think it's demoralizing for DHS. I think it sets bad precedent. And also, I don't think that it actually solves anything. And it's a bad look for the Republicans. Well, speaking of bad looks for the Republicans, we've talked at length about Speaker Johnson and how he may have been embarrassed on two fronts last night. But what about the Senate Minority Leader, Mitch McConnell? He has been advocating for Ukraine aid, advocating to attach a border deal to it. The package was there, and members of his own leadership team, close allies, decided to turn away from him. Why is he sticking around? Why should he? If he can't exercise control over his members?
It's remarkable, and he's a very talented leader, and he's proven himself to be a very good vote counter in the past. And it amazes me to see Republicans just one after the other just do what Donald Trump wants. I mean, it's so clear. It's not a talking point. The president doesn't want this issue off the table before the election. He wants to run on it. And at some point, I guess, McConnell just has to look at his party and, just say, he doesn't run that caucus or that conference anymore. It's the former president.
All right. Well, speaking of the former president, he, of course, also is trying to be president again. There is a 2024 primary race that is underway. So we'll be back with our political panel next to discuss that, because in Nevada, none of the above gained more votes on the ballot in the state's primary than Nikki Haley did last night. We'll get reaction to that next. This is Balance of Power on Bloomberg TV and radio.